Hey everybody, welcome back to Alien RPG. This is session 8 of the campaign, AvPvE. At the beginning of this session, we're going to complete scenario 3, and our PCs, after many great revelations, are going to embark on scenario 4. And we get to really see how they handle things as they develop. This is a big thing for me. I'm at 199 subscribers ever since I started these Alien RPG actual plays, and I'd really love to get up to 200. I just need one more subscriber to make that happen, and of course, then we're moving on from there. But please, if you have not already subscribed, please subscribe to this channel for more Alien RPG content. We've got some other stuff coming in the future. Obviously, I'm still going to throw up a video from some video games here or there. And we will have the Conan RPG from Modifius coming at some point in the future. But please like and subscribe, turn on your notifications. Please comment below. Your comments mean a lot to me. I love reading what people post. And that's it. Let's get into the action. So where we left off, you guys are on Bracken's world in the conference room with Mamie Knight, who you now know is actually Rose Whitehill. And you told her that you accused her of setting you guys up, and basically told her that you weren't telling her anything unless she started coming clean with some stuff. So she threw a number of things at you, if you guys recall. That the alien you ran into on Alpha Casea 2 was not, how should we put it, was not an unknown alien that she said had been visiting Earth for as long as 600 years. And she also talked a little bit about XX121, something that I think she said she believes Weyland's known about for close to 100 years. And the also something called the engineers, and then of course this genetic accelerant, which you guys know is not made by humankind. It's somehow alien in origin, though you may not have specific details. And she told you that that she works for a company called Strategic Solutions Incorporated, and that her boss is a man named Mr. Verhoeven, who you actually heard his voice over the terminal. He basically told Rose to tell you guys what you needed to know. So that's kind of where we left off. I think at this point, Rose looks at you and says, there's a lot more information to go over. There's a lot more to talk about. Why don't you tell me what you found when you visited LV 1052?
Cast a glance at the rest of the crew that are here and see what the prevailing mood is. Are we opening up to her or what?
Jake, nod.
Yeah, I don't see that we have any other choice. She knows. She just told us a lot of stuff, some of which we knew, some we didn't know.
All right, in that case, we'll just fill her in on what happened, play by play.
Well, could she, well, I don't remember her. I know she said she worked for Strategic Solutions, Inc., but she didn't, I don't remember her saying what they're trying to do with all this information.
She told you that Strategic Solutions Inc. and its founder, Mr. Verhoeven, that he has made his life work trying to protect people from OWLFs.
Okay. That's
And,
right. I
yeah.
remember now. Okay.
Okay. And I do believe that it might have been Dr. Roman, but actually I think it was you, Rudy, who questioned, how should we put it, who questioned strategic solutions, altruism on that matter.
Yeah, I may have thrown some shade in that direction.
Yeah, and to which she replied that, well, look, of course we have to make a profit, but only to the extent that we can continue our mission statement. That in the end we are doing this for the good of all mankind, essentially, is what she said. So, oh, by the way, really quickly, so we had a big long conversation last week about Rudy and what Rudy is and how we're going to work with Rudy with the rules moving forward. And I've kind of come to a ruling on that. Okay, and so I should bring that up now we so that we can continue moving forward. Typically, in the Android rules, once you're revealed as an android, you gain +3 to 2 stats, and you can no longer push rolls, you no longer gain stress, and you, of course, no longer panic. Right? Those are the rules as written. So, based on the character and the way this has developed, and frankly, the direction that it's going, I'm going to overrule that to some extent. Um, you still gain +3 to 2 stats. Okay, Rudy. Uh, you we will have to follow all rules for Android repairs. Okay, Android repairs are a little bit different than obviously human health. So we're going to be following that, of course. Um, I am going to let you gain stress, and I am going to let you panic. However, I'm using a different panic chart, and I'm not going to
Ooh.
tell you what it is.
Oh, I love it. That's so interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Ooh, boy.
Yeah. So basically, Rudy, whether she's really developed emotions and that type of thing, or whether this is maybe, her own code that she has kind of written and integrated and has evolved over time, remains to be seen. We'll figure that part out. But
Yeah,
I'm
sounds good.
I'm going to let you gain stress and push just like a human, and panic, but it'll be a different panic chart, and I will tell you what those effects are when they happen.
Cool. I think it's great. I think it's very in keeping with her character, good and bad.
Yeah, it took me some time to come up with that. I'm going to tell you guys, I've got about a 30-minute commute to work each way, and this was consuming my thoughts for a lot of that time over the last week.
So I have a question about the some of the mechanics for androids. Does that mean that do androids gain XP like other characters? Can they plus up
Sure.
talents? I mean, yeah. Can they gain talents and plus up
Skills.
abilities and
Yeah,
skills?
absolutely.
Okay.
It's basically no different than a human gaining experience, just in it's more kind of, the viewpoint would be additional programming instead of knowledge, I guess, is the best way to put it. Also, well, shit, I don't. Oh, also, androids do have one other advantage over humans. It's in the rule book that a human cannot have points in more than 7 skills. It's one little line in the rule book that often gets overlooked. So, and that's just obviously to indicate the limitations of perhaps everything we can learn to do with our aptitudes and that type of thing. Androids are not limited to that. So if Rudy wanted to have 1 point in all 12 skills, she could do it. Be
Okay.
kind of silly, but she could do it. Um, so, Rudy, if you haven't already, you can add your 3 points to your 3 points each to two different attributes, and then we will continue on. So, um, all right. So you guys are giving Rose Whitehill the like you said, the play-by-play.
Yeah.
All right. So she, as you're going through this, she's listening to everything you say in a very rapt manner. Uh, she stops you here and there, as for instance, as you mentioned that you were able to hack the mother of the station from one of the posts down on planet. She found that very interesting. She's also very interested in the communication logs. When you bring those up, she asked you to show them to her. And is that a yes? That you don't have an issue doing that?
No, I think we decided to share, didn't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
So she stops you in your story for a moment, as you share the communications logs, because obviously the logs mention a ship, the SS Selena, and of course there's the talk about the explosion on the planet, and they sent their own station shuttle down, brought back a couple survivors, that type of thing. And this is where she says, I want to listen to the rest of your story, but in the interests of full disclosure, especially as per my boss, Mr. Verhoeven, I share some responsibility for what has happened to SS Selena, though I could not have known it was going to happen. SS Selena was an independent ship, a shuttle, and they were taking two passengers to this planet. LV-1052, or more importantly, its research station, has been on my radar for some time. I just had not had an opportunity to what I felt like to infiltrate it, and SS Selena offered that opportunity. There was a pilot on board by the name of Alfredo Villalobos, and I contracted him to find out anything he could about what Weyland was doing on that station and planet side. So you folks were my redundancy plan. I truly had no idea what you were going into. I had my thoughts, but the encounter with your second encounter with this Yautja, or with a Yautja, I should say. Your second encounter with a Yautja concerns me, especially looking at these communications log. It's quite clear that there was one on planet as well. The Yautja are a species of hunters. They're highly advanced technologically, far more than we are. They have high-powered plasma weapons. They have a wide variety of tools and computers, and their spaceships are unlike anything we have ever had access to. They seem to have faster than light capability, which far outstrips our own. Of course, we don't know to what extent, but the fact that you've encountered them twice, and that there was one on LV-1052, speaks to how should I put it? Speaks to an increase in activity that is very concerning. Going back through history, they actually visited Earth a number of times, but the last believed visitation was over 100 years ago, somewhere in the 2020s or 2030s, almost 2 centuries ago. And all of a sudden, they're back. SSI, we believe that there was an encounter with them aboard a cargo ship known as SS Centurion back in 2141. But beyond that, this sudden activity increase is very, very concerning. And make no mistake, Weyland-Yutani knows about their existence, if these communication logs didn't make that obvious. However, I really had no intention of putting you in danger. I had no idea you were going to encounter this. So, all right. So she asked you to continue at that point, and she kind of asks, Jake, as you guys continue with the story and you get to the point where you're talking about the other alien, the dead one that you discovered, and of course you've got video footage of the live one. She stops and asks, "Do you believe that this is XX121?"
We think that it could be. It lines up with what we've seen.
She says, "We concur. We know that these aliens, these xenomorphs, have shown up on other worlds. Most recently, we have evidence that the disaster at Hadley's Hope some years ago, back in 2179, we have evidence that XX121 was involved in that. That the official story from the UA is that the UPP nuked that colony, and we don't think that's true. Additionally, we believe that there was a recent outbreak on a station known as Yaufora, as well as the original anchor point, which was decommissioned 3 years ago, also nuked due to a biological outbreak. We believe XX121 had everything to do with that, with both of those instances. Of course, it's hard to get physical evidence when it all gets nuked out of existence every chance possible.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, looking at what that thing is, I don't blame them for nuking it. Just saying.
She nods and says, I don't disagree. But the question that we have at SSI is, who is engineering these creatures? Because they simply can't be naturally occurring. Partially because they have turned up in multiple places around the galaxy. There's nothing to indicate that they have a natural ecosystem. So she kind of sits back for a moment and says, probably after you guys continue reviewing everything, she's very interested in all the video footage and all of your details that you released to her. In the end, she kind of sits back and she crosses a leg and says, "What questions do you have for me at this point?"
Honestly, I'm still trying to digest this whole thing.
She kind of nods. No, I understand. This is a lot.
I mean, what do you want from us?
I want your help. SSI needs people We need help. We are a very profitable company, and that allows us to do a lot of things. But we're nothing the size of Weyland-Yutani or that type of thing. We need additional assistance. We're starting to pull together pieces of this puzzle, but we don't have them all. And your crew has shown amazing resilience, incredible skill sets, the ability to adapt and find out information. You're all extraordinary individuals. I don't know what the next step is. I need a day or two to confer with Mr. Verhoeven, but I can absolutely promise you this. We're prepared to offer you a contract. I know that will keep you employed for some time. It's not going to be dangerous. It's not going to be safe. Nothing about this has been safe. But at some point, someone has to step up and do the right thing. SSI is trying to do that, but we need help doing it. You will, as SSI contractors, you'll have access to a lot more resources than what you have now. SSI produces a number of weapons. I believe you bought some of those from my man Corello back on Arcturus. We can provide weapons, we can provide equipment, we can provide additional support staff. We have our own security forces. So we can provide the backup, but we need people with your skill sets. It's not anything you need to decide now. It's something you can think about, and you certainly are going to want to talk about it. I have arranged to provide rooms for your entire crew here over the next few days. I absolutely, it's on SSI's tab. I certainly hope you'll take advantage of that.
Well, that's all well and good, but what I want to know is, how long are you going to let this activity of Weyland-Yutani stay secret? And is Weyland working with the government of the UA? Is the government in on this? How long do you keep all this quiet before you finally have to let people know what's going on? And understand the threat.
No, I understand completely. And I don't disagree at all. We certainly need more. Oh man, what is going on here? Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm having a technical issue. Bear with me. Son of a bitch. What we have right now and what we don't have, we certainly have a firm idea that Weyland-Yutani is heavily involved. Obviously, what we don't know is exactly who they're working for and working with. We have evidence that they're working with United Americas, but that relationship seems to have soured over the last couple of years. The UA, for its armed forces, is specifically branching out to other companies other than Weyland-Yutani. They're putting less mother systems in their ships and more Apollos, for example. They turned down Weyland-Yutani's latest assault pulse rifle, continuing to purchase from Armet for the M41. That's just a couple of examples. They're specifically avoiding Weyland-Yutani partnerships. Now, that seems to be the UA general policy, but we don't know about other elements within the UA or the USCMC. There's a project called Life Force, which is specifically a USCMC project that there's very little detail on that we know involves Weyland-Yutani. That being said, Weyland-Yutani is by definition a 3WE corporation. Are they playing both governments? Are they using both governments to accomplish their aims? What are their aims? We don't know the answers to those questions. And without physical proof, it's hard to... We turn in... Basically, it would be as if right now you were to decide to walk away from all this and start telling your story. Everything that you've learned to this point. How far would your story go before you were simply dismissed as being crackpots, another David Morse with another space beast?
Yeah, I understand that. They would just make everything they have disappear so no one could find it, and
They'll make us disappear.
well, no, that would make it worse. It would be easier to just make us look like a bunch of knuckleheads, and we'd get chalked up to being part of the conspiracy theorists that run rampant everywhere that no one listens to, or only a small fraction of people listen to. So I get that. It's just that eventually something's got to be said. I'm looking at it from something different. We can't figure out exactly what their interest is in these aliens yet. We don't exactly know. What we do know is that they are a threat to humans if they spread. And it seems like Weyland's having a great time spreading it, because they're not doing a very good job containing it.
And she says, I agree with you, Mr. Dunning. And we have it's not just these aliens known as XX121. There's more to it than that. Why the sudden reappearance the last few years of a species that we've known about for hundreds of years and seem to have left us alone? Why are they back? And then we have an additional bad actor who is behind these bombings. The border bombings, whoever is doing this is dropping large amounts of this genetic accelerant and wiping out entire colonies. But it can't be Weyland-Yutani. They barely understand what this accelerant is. So
Yeah, I get that. We very possibly have a new threat. And it's border colonies, right?
it is. It is.
Is it one particular area of space, or is it spread out?
We have lost colonies, and she probably produces a star map of the middle heavens out of nowhere and lays it out on the table. We have lost colonies here, Kruger 60, Fort Nebraska. The UA claims that the UPP nuked that colony. The UPP claims that the UA released a bioweapon on that colony to keep them from annexing it. But what we do know is that that colony was bombed with sorry. That colony was bombed with A03959X.91-15. Also 61 Cygni, which is right nearby. Now those are right on the border of UPP and UA space. But we've also lost Alpha Casea, which is way past the frontier.
Yeah.
And I have reason to believe that a UPP colony here has also been bombed. I'm working on those details now, but neither here nor there.
All right. Well, I'm tired and I need a break.
Yeah, it might be good to retire for the day and mull things over. And then we'll wait for your proposal. Also, we've got some samples on our ship, so feel free to send somebody to come and pick them up.
She nods yes. I'll get one of my men over to pick those up from you. I appreciate that. We're going to work at getting to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, please enjoy a couple days here on Bracken's World. All your expenses here are paid for now. And I will reach back out to you in a day or two.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
So she. All right. So at that point, you guys adjourn. The front desk certainly has key cards for everybody, including Jim and, or I'm sorry, Max and Vickers, who are back on board ship. So it's a question of what you guys want to do now.
I mean, Jake is in for a bit of R&R, especially if it's on the company, finding a good whiskey or 10.
Sure.
Rudy thinks it's safe enough to do that. I don't think there's any reason to think we're in a dangerous situation right now. Nobody's gonna suffocate us with their pillows if we get too drunk.
Sounds good to me. I guess you guys, am I part of the discussion now? Or
Yeah.
you guys don't? Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, yeah, R&R seems great. And then we can talk about, well, the deal. I mean, are we getting contracted by SSI? Are we becoming part of SSI?
She said the word contractors, so I imagine it's for a period of time.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want to pay benefits.
They are expensive in space, aren't they? It's hard to have it. But she did offer equipment and pay, and
Andy's not here to make the case, but his character could really, really use the resources of SSI and whatever secret research this direction is leading us towards might really help his condition. So at the very least, they could prolong his life, if not cure him.
That's a good point. We need to make that part of the bargain.
Yeah, I agree. If we're going to accept this, they need to make their full medical stuff available, and they need to promise that to share any genetic research they have now and in the future, so that he has access to it.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is outside of game. Obviously, we can role play all this, but this is the adventure hook, right? So
right.
We're doing it.
We're all in.
We're all in, man.
Pushing all the chips to the middle.
Oh, this is Sandbox, baby. You guys can do anything you want.
And we do appreciate that.
Too bad you can't see my evil grin.
Yeah.
But we can smell what Marty's cooking.
Well, I will tell you that perhaps maybe the next morning, Rudy. Assuming you're staying in your room at the Hilton, is that correct?
Yeah, Rudy's doing what everybody else is doing, right? Are
Yeah,
we all going to party time?
that's right. So, I Rudy, you do get a chime at your door the next morning. Uh, I'm not sure if you've just gotten up or what you're up to, but there is a assuming you answer the door.
Yeah,
Where's
she'll answer the door, but she's got her trusty revolver behind her back.
there are two men standing there. It looks like they're workmen, roughnecks. They're in that type of heavy work clothing, and there it is. There it is. Sorry, I was trying to find a file and it was driving me bonkers because I could not find it. Um, he he sees you and says, one of the guys. He's got a clipboard in his hand. Are you Captain Annika Rudat, SS Magellan?
Yeah, that's me. Who wants to know?
I've got a work order here for you to sign for your new vehicle bay that we're installing into your ship.
That's pretty sweet.
If you can
Nice.
sign here, and then I'm going to need, obviously, we're going to need access to the vessel to get that done. It's, the good news is you've got a relatively new Lockmart CM94 with the modular construction designs for upgradabilities those ships have. We're going to have to widen one of the subdeck hallways, put in extra airlock. We should be able to have the work done in about 4 days.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow. Is Mr. Scott running this show? Gosh.
Well, no, if Mr. Scott were running the show, he'd tell you 4 days and have it done in one.
Yeah, so I'll tell them to wait a minute while I get ready. I'll inform the rest of the crew what's going on, and then I will take them to the ship.
All right, that'll be fine. I'm just going to drag you guys over to your new subdeck map. You guys all see that?
Nope.
Negative.
What? What's going on here? Hold on.
Why should it go so well?
Yeah, exactly. I dragged the big players icon over and it didn't.
Something's happening. Yep. There we go.
All right, perfect. I just have to do you one at a time. Sorry about that. So what you will see that is different is over here in this part of the subdeck. This hallway has been widened with a large loading door here and here. This is the vehicle depot itself, and it has its own external airlock. Your vehicle depot will come with its own brand new Daihotai tractor as well.
Oh,
So,
nice.
so yeah, it's a class. I think that's a class. If you look at the sizes in the book, I believe that's a class 3. So it takes a Daihotai 6x6 tractor. And by having the double wide hallway with the access to the cargo bay, it allows you to move the vehicle back and forth from the cargo bay to the vehicle depot now, or the vehicle bay. Now, in the end, it's stored in the vehicle bay. That's where you plug it in and do all that type of thing. But for instance, if you had loaded something onto it and didn't want to try to lug it down the hallway, you'd be able to drive it into your cargo bay to unload. So,
Right. Okay. Very nice.
all right, cool.
Well, they know a way to a girl's heart.
So, do you guys have anything specific you want to do on Bracken's World, or do you want me to shoot forward time a day or two?
Happy to fast forward.
All right, very good.
Well, the only thing that we had briefly talked about, and maybe this is something that can be part of the negotiations if we're going to still negotiate, is We really we except for the stuff we picked up on the ground, we don't have a whole lot of weapons. And since this is turning into a little bit more of a hazard mission, we can have that discussion with her later, or how do you guys want to do this, or go shopping?
Yeah, that's at some point that you're absolutely right. That has to happen because I mean, I shot one of those
Well,
alien things and no effect.
if we want specific equipment, you know, do we have to talk to her about getting it? It's not like we can just walk any place and say put it on our tab, because we still have limited access, but she would have unlimited access. So we might have to talk to her about certain stuff.
Yeah, like the auto turrets and maybe some of the heavier firepower, for in case one of these things starts chasing us to our ship.
And then
Why would that happen?
Because they've done it already.
Yep, and we're sitting ducks right now.
Past experience.
And that Yautja, what the fuck are we gonna do against that thing?
Better sensors maybe first. I don't know.
And then we probably need some pressure suit replacements or upgrades for people who got acid splash. Didn't that damage some of the armor?
Yeah. A lot of your suits have reduced armor because of acid. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to do that.
In that regard, I assume, or I expect them to replace everything kind of wholesale. We just give them a shopping list and they say yes.
Yeah, I think that would be the easy thing. When we go to negotiate the contract, we just give them the shopping list and say we want this stuff.
Well, she intimated that we would have full access to their supplies and things like that. So, and what they're asking of us, without knowing the specifics, but just sort of guessing, it's going to be more of the same. This is extremely dangerous. This is like the most dangerous assignments that you could, give somebody. So, and it's like direct contact. There's combat involved, all kinds of horrible shit. So
we're not military, so we need to have.
You can't expect people to do stuff like that without proper equipment. You just can't. Otherwise, you're just sending us to get killed. I mean, we already know our rounds are ineffective against the little alien things. So we're,
Yeah, we clearly need to make sure everything we have is armor piercing in case we run into these guys again. Out of game, I got a question for Hachi. How close are we to ending a chapter and having to do all of our accounting on XP and all that other stuff?
We're pretty much there.
Yeah, so that's the thing I wanted to comment on is if we're there, then we got to figure out experience points and story points and all that, and figure out and that that has a tendency to bog the game down.
Well, we can do that right now if you guys like. Get that out of the way.
Sure.
I think we should.
All right. I need to. I guess I'll need to. I'll pull up Andy's character sheet because he was here for pretty much all of this scenario. So I'll make sure I award him XP. All right. So obviously, going down the list of questions, did you participate? Anyone who can say yes gets a point. Did you risk or sacrifice something to further your personal agenda? Let's see here. I'm going to give that to Andy. And then I'll let you guys make that determination on the honor system.
Okay.
Did you risk your life for your buddy PC? I'm not giving that one to Andy. Let's see here. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Did you challenge or stand up to your rival?
Okay.
All right. The easy one. Did you make a panic roll?
Oh,
That is easy.
Also, the easy one. Did you overcome a dangerous event using violent or non-violent means?
Big ol' yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a yes for everybody. Did you make a significant discovery or revelation? Again, I think that's a yes for everybody. There were many revelations this time.
I was going to say just one.
Yeah, exactly. Did you perform an extraordinary action of some kind?
Hmm.
That's a hard one. That is a hard one.
Well, when your actions are always extraordinary, it's hard to differentiate.
There's the bullshit right there.
Yeah.
My bullshit-o-meter just went way off the chart. And then the last question is, did you earn any money?
Well,
Which everyone says yes. That's the easy one.
okay.
All right. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to mull over your. Oh, I get to edit Mamie Knight's character sheet to Rose Whitehill now. There we go.
So it's 6. Is it 6 experience points for an improvement?
5.
5. Okay.
Yep. You can spend 5 points to up any skill that you used, pass or fail, by 1 point, or you can buy a talent.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm going to make any determinations for Andy just because I don't know what direction he wants to go, so.
Hmm.
In talents, we're sticking to the core rule book. We're not doing anything out of
Correct.
the CMON.
Yeah, that's what's interesting is you got to try and anticipate what's coming in the future and what you might need more of.
Now you can't go outside of your career, right?
Correct. You can get any career talent or any general
General.
talent, but you cannot take a talent of another career.
That's right.
Let me ask you guys, when it comes to skills, did we see any skills that we need some backup for? We tried to, when we set ourselves up, we tried to cover a wide range of skills and have a few people that had some backups. Jim, Max's character, what's his piloting dice?
Yeah,
42.
it's pretty high. Let's see, piloting, I get 4 plus 5, so I get a base 9, but then I get a +2 because of the back of your hand, so I get 11.
Wow.
On normal rolls. So I'm pretty good on that.
I think we might be a bit light on ranged combat, but I can't remember shooting this session, so I can't upgrade that.
Yeah, I think the only person who made a ranged combat attack this last scenario was Dwayne.
Yep. And even then, my ranged combat isn't outstanding. It's only 5 dice total, so maybe I'll plus that up 1.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of that in our future.
So I'm sorry again. My brain is still mush from COVID. The spending experience points to boost your skills. How many per?
5 XP points for 1 point to a skill that you used last scenario.
Got it.
And it seems like we've got pretty good comtech skills in the group. More than one person has decent comtech.
Yeah, I got 7 for that. Plus,
and of course, Rudy gets to plus up some skills big time, so we don't know exactly what those are.
Well, I can tell you if you're curious. I put it in agility and empathy, going with her sort of her already pronounced character. Like those were her main traits to begin with. So I just made them more. She's got the high empathy for her detection thing and high agility for her sealing the deal. For her range combat.
There's the pack mule talent that doubles your equipment if people don't know what to take.
That's a great recommendation right there.
Say that again.
The pack mule talent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because normally you can take double your strength worth of encumbrance. Pack mule lets you take 4 times.
You can carry twice as many objects as normal.
Yeah, so 4 times your strength worth of encumbrance. That's like in old school D&D, the adventurer who's got a backpack on his back and he's got caltrops and a 10-foot pole and 50-foot silk rope and 20-foot hemp rope and every single item on the list he has. It's like, where do you carry all that?
That's why they invented bag of holding, right? Wish we had one of those.
I'm a kind and generous GM. I'm not that kind and generous.
So I went for reckless. It's one of the piloting skills. Kind of neat. It lets you push any skill roll based on agility twice, not just once. And you still have to increase your stress level by 1 each time.
Yep.
So that works for range combat, mobility, piloting. I'm going to go with that one.
All right.
Yeah.
I just found that on the internet. I had to share it. Rudy, what did you go with?
Oops, there I go, talking again while I'm muted.
Oh.
Initially, I just bumped up my observation, but after Bob's fine suggestion, I have decided to go with pack mule.
Okay. All right. And Dwayne, what did you do?
I'm still thinking. I actually have enough XP to boost 2 things. So one thing I did increase. One thing I did increase was my I did increase my ranged combat by 1.
Nice.
Okay. And so I'm still looking at talents. There's a few good ones. There's a roughneck talent. There's one called the Long Haul that lets me once per game session, or once per act, depending on how you're doing the games, I get to ignore all panics from a single roll.
Yep.
It's just that I've already got Nerves of Steel, which is incredibly helpful. Oh, by the way, comment on that. There's a little button to push on the character sheet if you have Nerves of Steel, so it'll subtract the 2. So I've done that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we don't have to do that manually anymore.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's right It's right.
Oh,
It's
there it
right
is.
below
Nerves
the
of
roll
Steel.
buttons. Yeah,
I wonder if that's new. I wonder if that's
maybe.
been updated because I don't ever remember seeing that before.
But there's also there's
Where'd you
also
say
a
it
button
is?
to roll that also, isn't there? So
Oh,
that's
Nerves of Steel right there. Yeah.
I'm gonna give that a
There's
try.
also a back wheel button. Not sure what that does, but yeah.
Well, let's see.
So another option for people who want to up their ranged combat is to become a weapon specialist. That actually gives you +2 modification, but it's only for the specific weapon that you choose.
Correct.
So that's what Rudy's done with the revolver. She's like an expert pistol shot. So yeah, she gets +2.
So I'm playing around with Dwayne Dunning's character sheet, and Dwayne's encumbrance is 7.75. He has a strength of 5. When I move his encumbrance up to 11, the word encumbrance disappears, which I guess is to indicate he's encumbered. But if I click the pack mule button, his encumbrance can go all the way up over 20 before it disappears.
Oh,
So that's integrated into the character sheet. That's nice too. So yeah, Rudy, on your character sheet, there's right above encumbrance, there's the pack mule button. You can click that. That's pretty cool.
Just did. Yeah, that's nice.
So
That's just pretty nice little interactive character sheet.
Yeah, they're improving it a lot. I think Forge or Foundry, whatever that other one is, I forget the name. I haven't been on there forever. Kind of up the ante for Roll20. Maybe push them to do better upgrades.
yeah. All right. So yeah.
Let me tell guys something I found also to be useful in other gameplay has been the talent of Tough, which lets you increase your health by 2. So
Yeah.
it makes it harder to break you. But so far, I don't think anybody's been damaged enough to get close. But all right. Well,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
let me think about this. You guys continue while I think about talents.
Meanwhile, if you don't see it, if you haven't seen it, I put a graphic up on Roll20 because I just found that on the internet and I had to share it. So, I'm going to bypass the wits rolls to learn new talents, and the reason I'm going to do that is because you guys are on planet for for a couple days. You actually ended up with a message. Rudy ended up with a message from Rose saying that she needed 2 more days. Please, they're upgrading your ship anyway, so please continue to stay on SSI's tab. No big deal. Uh, and that she'll be ready to meet you guys on. Ooh, I got to do a time check. Let's see. You guys were in cryo for 30 days. That put us to August 30. So she'll be ready to meet you guys on September 3rd, which is 2 days from now at 10 a.m. But I'm going to let you guys just learn your talents without the wits rolls. Because honestly, it feels like it bogs it down a bit. Just my opinion. So it sounds like you guys are pretty much done with what you want to discuss. Okie dokie.
Sorry, quick question:
Please.
Can we buy gear out of the Marine book?
That is a valid question. I think it will. It's a question of whether it is military or proprietary. Anything that is military or proprietary, I obviously would be harder to get and may cost more than what the Marine book says. Um, but it doesn't mean it's not available, especially if you have someone with some contacts available. Um, oh, and I see. Max, you've got stress. If any of you have stress on your character sheet, you can ditch it, of course.
I'm playing with the checkboxes and the roll buttons to see
Okay.
how they work.
All cool. Good enough.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be done in a second.
It's no big deal. I saw that, but just as a note. So you guys want to meet Rose at her appointed time? All six of you this time?
Yeah, I think that would be good if the whole
Works.
crew comes this time.
Yep.
All right. All right. Very good. So you guys get together and head to the conference room. Rose is inside, and this time she has somebody with her. This individual looks like this. And give me 1 second. So she has that person with her. As you guys enter, both she and Rose stand up to greet you guys. There's several boxes in the conference room, just kind of off to the side that weren't there before. And as you enter, Rose gets that big smile and she greets you guys. Thank you so much again for coming. I hope you guys, I hope you folks are very well rested. I hope you enjoyed your time here.
Thank you very much. Yes, we did.
That's good. I'd like to introduce you to my associate and another employee of SSI. This is Dr. Katori Khan.
Shake hands, make introductions.
Yeah.
I'll nod.
Very good. She so Rose motions at the chairs and says, "Please have a seat." I have we've got some things to talk about, and I've got an offer to make. So LV 1052 and the station in orbit around it, or specifically the station in orbit around it, is gone. It appears that shortly after you left, a 3WE vessel known as HMS Hammer was dispatched from GBH 45 to LV 1052. It looks like they arrived there just 2 or 3 days after you left. I don't have a lot of details except that they had Marines board the station, and just 2 hours later, HMS Hammer nuked the station. Completely obliterated it. I don't have a lot of details about what they encountered on the station. Obviously, we know that they encountered XX121, but I'm just going to show it to you. I have an image that I was able to pull, and I don't know what this is. I've never seen it before, but it's concerning. She pulls this image up on her mobile terminal, and turns it around towards you.
Whoa, get that out of my face. What is it?
What the fuck is that?
We don't know. But there are some, shall we say, there are some structures on this creature that look very familiar. I don't know how good of a look you folks got at the Yautja, but of course we have your video. But all the Yautja seem to have what we humans would typically term as dreadlocks coming out of you can see them coming out of their helmet. We're not sure what the purpose of those are, and this creature seems to have the same. However, this creature also looks like XX121, some sort of hybrid. We don't know, but neither here nor there. Whatever hammer found on that station, they left it pretty quickly and they nuked the station.
And where did you get this picture?
I was able to get it out of Weyland-Yutani's computer system, out of their network.
And they found this on LV 1052?
On the station in orbit, that's my assumption.
Oh, Jesus.
So, out of character,
Sure.
LV 1052 is Weyland-Yutani.
Yep.
Hammer was the British
Yeah.
faction's
Yep.
warship?
Yep.
Okay. So, what are they called again? The 3WE or something like that?
Correct.
So the 3WE is now fully aware of what Weyland-Yutani is aware of. We can surmise from this.
I think that's safe to assume. There it is. I think that's very safe to assume. Well, let me just put it out there. Before we go any further, I've spoken with Mr. Verhoeven. I have managed to come up with some additional intelligence, and Mr. Verhoeven has an offer that he wants me to extend to you. Understanding that you will be coming to work for SSI as contractors, and you have bills to pay. He is offering to cover your lease payment for as long as you're employed, with an additional monthly stipend of $50,000 UA, of course. You will have access to whatever resources that SSI can provide, including weaponry and any equipment you believe necessary to achieve whatever missions we send you on. Understanding, as you probably already know, you could very well face life or death situations. Let's be clear, this will not be a safe endeavor.
Now you've go ahead.
I was just going to say that nobody here knows that better than we do.
Yeah, you mentioned that we would have backup. What kind of armed backup is available? Should we get in trouble?
Well, SSI, we employ our own security forces. Many of them are former U.S. CMC Marines, guys that maybe did their 4 years and got out, only to find out that they may not have had many skills that are useful on the frontier, unless they want to go do moisture farming or something along those lines. So we have our own security force, and if you accept our offer, I have such a squad in place to back you up on your first mission should it come to that. But they're well armed, they're well equipped. They of course all have the latest in SSI weaponry and armor. Very well trained professionals.
Well, there's a couple of points that I think we need to address before we can accept the contract in good faith.
Of course, I understand.
One of them is to make sure that that we're on the same page when it comes to equipment, because what experience has taught us is that we're woefully ill-equipped to take on these Xenos. I mean, we know from firsthand experience that our weapons are almost entirely useless. And judging from our last foray, our armor is also insufficient to the task. So at this rate, it's strictly a matter of time before we're either incapacitated or killed in in uh, in pursuing this mission. So we definitely need to upgrade what we have if we're aiming to work for you for any length of time. That's to
Absolutely.
include better armor and weapons that can pierce these exoskeletons that we're up against.
Absolutely. It'll be made available.
Also, we'll need an auto dock placed on the ship because it's a certainty that we're going to get injured doing this. And I'd like my crew to have the best available medical assistance as soon as they require it.
Wow, when you say that, when you hit her with the auto dock, her her head kind of reels backwards a few inches as you say that, and then she just starts to nod a bit. Make a manipulation roll, Rudy. All right, let's see here. Where's mine? Do. And you have 2 successes to her 1. So as she starts, as she's nodding, she says, "We can." That's a tall order, but I think we can accommodate that.
I'm gonna use a minor shopping list as well.
Oh wow!
I told you, Rose, we're going to need cutting edge equipment on this. There's no other way. I don't know what half that shit is, but if he says we need it, we need it.
She says, "I think we can accommodate most of that. The Norcom pistols could be difficult. That's a UPP weapon.
Well, or its equivalent, just the base armor-piercing pistol that you can find for us.
Or our armor piercing rounds would be ideal as well, and we could use whatever weapon we want.
Yes, that.
We actually we SSI, we've got a weapon that should fill that need for you. 1 second, I'm trying to flip through it to my PDF. The problem sometimes with having a 155-page PDF is finding one particular thing.
Control F is your friend.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a true statement. We have, we strategic solutions. We manufacture a 50 caliber hand cannon that'll pierce armor without much trouble.
Desert Eagle. I'll take one of those.
So we could probably substitute the Norcom pistols with those. Now, I hate to be the bearer of some bad news. What I would need you to do for your first mission.
Sorry, I had a question first. I've been using this AK-40-47, and it's not armor piercing, correct?
Correct.
Can I get my hands on a pulse rifle with armor piercing ammo?
Well, Strategic Solutions actually provides an assault rifle that's far superior to the M41A Armat pulse rifle.
Okay.
At least from their perspective.
All right. So, is there a shorthand? Because I think I'm going to take weapons specialist.
Yeah, it's in fact, you guys, if you look at the SS Magellan ship stores, there's actually one in there that you guys picked up.
Oh, okay.
I know Jake has been carrying one around, but I think you guys bought 2 because there's still one in there.
The Stratzel Air 40s.
Yep. Yep, it's a 0 bonus, 2 damage extreme range weapon with armor piercing full auto, has a built-in high beam flashlight and a scope.
That's the AR-40.
Correct.
And it feels comfy in the hand.
Ergonomics. Mm.
All right, I think I'll start using that as my main weapon, and is the data on this weapon in the handbook someplace?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
When
It
you-
is a homebrew.
All right. When you get a chance, just send me the data so I can put it on my sheet.
I'm typing it out as we speak.
Oh, thank you.
Before she launches into her next point that she was going to make,
Yeah.
I would like to ask her about the auto sentries on behalf of Max here.
Give me 1 second.
Using the fact that we're not a combat team, and that having backup is great, but when we need it right now, the auto turrets are a good what do you call it? Compromise.
Definitely.
They watch your 6.
Can
Um,
you?
I need to be away for 2 minutes here, guys. So I'll be right
no
back.
problem. Real quick, Jake, I'm sorry, I got a quick question for you. Which you guys have 2 Stratzel AR-40s in stock. One of them was equipped with the scope and the high beam flashlight. The other was equipped with the scope and the M316 motion tracker. Which one were you using?
I do not have the tracker.
Okay, you do not have the tracker, so you've got the one with the built-in flashlight. So, Dwayne, the other one you guys have in inventory has a built-in M316 motion tracker instead of the flashlight.
Can you put the stats in the ship stores instead of just in chat? Because then, if we want to swap them out and stuff, we don't have to ask you to paste the stats every
Sure.
time.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I can do that.
And kind of for anything, we have unlimited reloads as long as the ship can take the load.
Yeah, within reason.
Yep.
Within reason. I mean, she's obviously 1,000 clips could be a little bit of a problem, but in general, yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. It's just a question of how many you can carry. Personally.
Yes, well, I foresee basically grabbing a handful as we go out on mission, but the ship will have enough so we don't have to go back to a planet to resupply.
I gotcha.
That kind of idea.
I gotcha. That makes perfect sense to me. Full auto. Okay. And I may as well put the notes in on the Stratzel stun AR that you have there as well. I probably, that was a good idea, Bob. I probably should have done that ages ago just so that you guys had it.
And just by the way, the IMP individual marine pack, waterproof medium backpack, standard with med kit and supply rating 4 with a food and water. In addition, that IMP allows you to carry 2 more regular size items than normal without being over encumbered. So 2 free items. Thought that's pretty handy.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome item. All right. Wow, stun batons.
Well, if we need to catch one, or if Rudy gets out of hand.
Let's see here. So you guys have an inventory right now. You've got the Stratzel Stun AR, which is an electrostatic assault rifle. You've got the Stratzel SMG-20, and then you've got two of the Stratzel AR-40s. Um, how many of these 50 caliber hand cannons did you feel like you guys needed?
One each, I would say.
What is it?
I'm putting it on the ship stores now. It's a handgun.
Oh, man. All right. The other thing you should add to the stores is um,
Oh boy.
And can we double the ride vests? We'll probably go through them like toilet paper.
the I've basically switched out for that other weapon, so the AK-40-47 and some reloads are now in ship stores rather than on me.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't want to. I was gone for a minute. I don't want to repeat stuff you've already said or take this in a weird direction if you're in the middle of something. But is it possible to get AP ammo so I don't have to use a different gun? I'm already a specialist in the revolver, so if I just get AP ammo and it can fire AP, I don't need a new gun.
Yeah, I'll figure that part out. We'll. It's probably a very difficult thing to get. You know,
I mean, I know the game doesn't have rules for ammunition types, but
right.
it seems like the most realistic.
I would
mean,
think
that's what
that
they
they
do
would
in real life.
manufacture some.
Well, I mean, in real life, it's not the gun that makes it armor piercing; it's the ammo.
It's a true statement. It's a true statement. My God, that's a.
Ooh, there's grenades. We need some of those.
So it begins.
That's, I love that.
81 millimeter mortar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Can I get an M41 Ridgeway heavy tank, please?
We have a vehicle bay now.
Yeah. There was one other statement. I'm trying. Oh, there it is. The auto gun sentries. How many of those were you guys thinking you wanted?
20.
Yeah.
I would say if it's possible to get 4, I mean they're 15 grand, right? They're not that expensive.
It's a true statement. Yeah, 15 or
So-
18, something like that.
So I would say 4. I don't think they're really man packable. Well, I guess they are because you can move them around, but I think they weigh a whole lot. But it'd be nice to have at least 1 or 2 to go with the away party, and then 2 to stay and guard the ship.
Yeah, I think I think the idea behind it is that it's something that you're not going to really, because it's in a big metal case. So I don't think it's something that you would be lugging around as a general rule. I think it's something that you would you would keep in storage till you're ready to use it, and then you would
Yeah.
lug it to where you need it.
But we have a tractor now, so
You
we
do
can
have a
take all
tractor.
kinds of stuff off ship.
All right,
And we had talked about better detection equipment also, because if we have something that's optically camouflaged and we can't see it, none of this shit's going to help us.
Yeah, that is a problem. Rose, obviously, that the Yautja have some sort of camouflage, and we've had some small opportunity to study the technology. Unfortunately, we have had minimal success in replicating it, but it's truly a light bending technology. The problem with that becomes where sensors are concerned. The sensors just bend around it, and it's not just the aliens themselves on the individual level. It seems that some of their ships have the same type of capability. So that's a problem we've not been able to work around at this point. However, though ship sensors will general sensors will not pick them up, motion trackers will, because motion trackers work based on detecting micro variations in the air. So where a sensor won't pick one up, a motion tracker would. Something to keep in mind.
All right, that's good to know. We have motion trackers. So, Rose, before we iron out the rest of the inventory stuff, there is a third issue that we need to agree upon before we can accept the contract.
All right.
I'll let her know about Andy's character's situation, and that he'll need access to their top medical facilities, and he will need their genetic research, everything they have now, and everything that we helped them discover in the future.
She's nodding as you talk, and she says, I anticipated that.
How'd she even know about that?
I As I told you before, information is what I do.
Rudy gives her a steely glance. She's treading on stuff I'm not too happy about here.
I can promise you that everything that I know about your crew, as long as you are working for us, is 100% confidential.
As long as we're working for you.
Well, there's no need for me to turn that information that I have about Dr. Roman or anybody else over to anybody. It's my function is to collect and analyze information. It would not be easy for me to continue collecting information if my sources believed that I shared that information at any given moment with anybody, if that makes sense.
Not exactly reassured.
Well, you'll simply have to accept my word that your identities and anything you don't wish shared will be held in strict confidentiality.
I'll put it this way: she already knows what she knows, so might as well go forward with it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, we don't have any choice. She knows it already, but that's the freaky thing is she knows this stuff already.
Dr. Roman's condition is of course a concern, and I absolutely respect your request on that matter. Hopefully, if we can start to pull these pieces together and find everything that we're looking for, perhaps that will provide an answer as well.
In the meantime, maybe you have some kind of treatment or medication that he can take that would cut back on the amount of time he needs to spend in cryo for the immediate future.
Rose, she turns and looks at Katori, Dr. Katori Khan, and Khan nods and says, I believe I can provide him something that will help, at least in the short term.
Anything you can do for him will help our team's efficiency. I mean, Dr. Sinclair is a very good scientist, but together they double their brain power, and they've already made quite a few discoveries. So we need them both, in the lab as much as possible.
Surely. We'll do everything we can to help make that happen. So, Rose says, are you ready?
Well, take a look at the crew. Are we all in agreement?
Thumbs up from me.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Well, let's get on with it.
All right, Rose, you've got yourself a crew.
Very good. So,
Time for the medicine.
Yeah.
I think we would all agree that we need to start with Weyland-Yutani. There's no doubt that the company knows more about A03959X, whatever, than anyone else, this genetic accelerant. And it's interesting that in those comms logs you provided me, the accelerant was mentioned in the same sentence as engineers, which lends some credence to our belief that it's not man-made. It's engineered by somebody, but it's not made by humankind. Thanks to your compromising their system, Weyland-Yutani that is, I've managed to gain you access to one of their research facilities on the colony of GBH-45, a moon orbiting Tau Boötis b in the 4 Tau Boötis system. I believe
This is
you
3WE.
Yes,
space.
that's correct. I do believe that you've been there before. I don't believe
Yeah,
you
we've been
made
there before.
planetfall, but you have certainly been there. Okay, this is weird. I'm trying to click the map, but it's not.
It was frosty, to say the least.
There we go. Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned frosty because going planetside on GBH-45, you're going to need to bring your mittens and booties. It's pretty cold there. But we believe that remnants from the joint USCMC Weyland project called Life Force are stored in that facility. I've managed to arrange false IDs, including PDT chips, for every one of you, including a replacement transponder for your ship to the designation STSV Meredith, a commercial 3WE starship. We're going to fill your cargo bay with enough crates full of junk to be convincing that you're bringing some degree of supplies to the Weyland facility. While your ship is being unloaded of those supplies, we need you to infiltrate that facility under the guise of visiting scientists on tour. I've already made moves to arrange that. The 6 of you will be meeting the facility director. When you're able, we need you to find their mother and access it. I recommend simply copying or removing the computer core completely, because I don't know how long you will be able to bypass their network security and download data. But I don't know if the core is going to be enough. We need you to see what physical samples are on site as well. Get everything you can. Get out quick. Now keep in mind, you're Weyland-Yutani employees. Going in armed simply isn't going to work. You're there to meet with the facility director and take a tour of what they're doing there. However, I will have an SSI interdiction team on standby on colony nearby in case things go south. I'm going to provide you with a personal communicator and their secure frequency to their team leader. His name is Blake Jones. That's the gig.
All right, that's what we signed up for.
Yeah. Yeah, we need those cold weather boots, right?
That's right. So she points over to all the boxes that are off to the side, and she says every one of those boxes right there, they contain all the cold weather gear that you need, as well as they have your fake IDs. And Dr. Khan here is going to help put the PDT chips in your arms because there's no doubt that when you arrive, Weyland-Yutani is going to scan those to confirm your identity. So, and she starts popping.
What? Hold it. What happens to the ones we have? She's going to remove them?
Well, actually, to my knowledge, I think the only one of you that has a PDT chip installed is Dr. Roman Mitchell, or Dr. Mitchell Roman.
We bought them. We never got around to putting them in, I didn't think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You guys kept skipping over that part. Yeah, Dr. Khan says absolutely. I'll remove anyone who has a PDT chip now. I can remove it and replace it with the new one. Rose is producing lanyards, ID lanyards, and she kind of takes a glance at one because it's got a photo and then a name attached. She slides the first one over to you, Rudy. It's a picture of you, and it says Dr. Indre Viscontas. Viscontas. I'll write that in. I'll tape that in if you want to see it. She says, Dr. Viscontas, you have a PhD in neuroscience. She slides one over to Jake, and Jake's is Dr. Milo Aukerman. She says this one was easy. Dr. Sinclair, or I should say Dr. Aukerman, has a PhD in biology. She hands one to Dwayne Dunning that says James Williamson. Mr. Williamson is an engineer by trade, as is Mr. Tom Schultz, which she hands that to Max Decker. And then last but not least, who do I have left here? I've got Vickers and Dr. Roman. Go ahead.
I reconnected. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Does everyone
hear Dwayne?
I reconnected, and I can hear Marty.
Marty went for a stroll.
You guys can't hear me? Oh, shit.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I hear you.
After reconnecting,
what we missed was you said James Williamson, and then nothing.
Are we there?
Can you guys hear me?
I hear everybody, I think.
Yeah, I'm good now.
I hear Jim now.
I heard Rudy.
And you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. James Williamson, she hands that ID to Dwayne Dunning. Mr. Williamson is an engineer, as is Mr. Tom Schultz, and she hands that to Max Decker.
Okay.
And then finally, oh shoot, why is it not typing? There we go. Finally,
I think we're missing an ID, by the way.
I've got
Unless
two more
she's not
coming.
Finished. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
No, it's okay. With having lost voice chat, I can see how that got confusing. Mr. Vickers, I know you're a medic by trade, but you are going to have to very quickly learn how to be Dr. Brian May, a PhD in physics. And Dr. Mitchell Roman, you are Dr. Dexter Holland, a PhD in molecular biology.
All right, let me get this straight again. Brian May is whose cover?
And my guy is, I don't know that she's, I think I lost you when you said that. What his occupation is supposed to be.
Brian, okay, so from
Tom Schultz.
from the top, Dr. Indre Viscontas is Rudy, who is a PhD in neuroscience. Dr. Milo Aukerman is Jake, who is a PhD in biology. James Williamson is Dwayne Dunning, who is an engineer. Tom Schultz is Max Decker, who is an engineer. And then Dr. Brian May is a PhD in physics, who will be your medic Vickers. And Dr. Dexter Holland is a PhD in molecular biology, who will be Andy's character.
All right.
Everybody got all that?
Well, we have to be careful in character, not
Got it.
use the real names. So I got to write all this down.
The question's going to be if you guys figure out how I came up with these names.
Well, Brian May, I guess, is the Brian May.
Well, Brian May is from Queen.
He is the guitarist of Queen, and he's a PhD in astrophysics.
That's right. Did he graduate or was he a student? I don't know.
No, he's got a full PhD.
Wow.
And Dexter Holland is the lead singer and backup guitarist of The Offspring, and he also has a PhD in molecular biology.
Wow. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, with the exception of Indre Viscontis, they're all basically they're all rock stars with advanced degrees. Indre Viscontis is a
I just looked her up.
Yeah, okay.
Hilarious actual neuroscientist.
So, I had fun with that. I'm ridiculous. I freely
And
admit.
apparently she's an operatic soprano as well.
Correct. She is an operatically trained soprano
Yeah,
who
one of
also
those
is a neuroscientist.
overachievers. Damn them.
And pretty goddamn nice looking too. Holy crap.
What is she, Italian?
So
Oh,
let me.
good God.
So I'm gonna make an adjustment to it, but
All right.
You guys-
Let's do this. It's
Marty, I take it you saw the preview for Predator 5?
yeah, for Prey comes out Friday.
Yep. Yes.
I'm looking forward to it. Oh, that reminds me. I had an epiphany the other night, and my brain almost exploded when I had it. And then it's funny because this just shows you that your smartphones track you and know where you are and what you're saying. Because ever since I blurted this to my family, I've actually had it pop up as a meme on Facebook like 4 times in the last week. Stranger Things, real quickly. One of the main.
I'm still behind.
That's
So.
fine. This is spoiler
Okay.
free. This is spoiler free.
Okay.
The one of the main characters, the sheriff, played by David Harbour. What's his name? What's his character?
Yep.
Yeah, Jim Hopper.
Right.
Right. Well.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, because you've probably seen it on Facebook. I don't know if.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what. It's really bizarre. It really kind of creeps me out that, like I said, I blurted this to my family, and then since then I've seen it on Facebook 3 times. But anyway, and I don't know how I missed this with such a fan that I am, but in the original 1987 Predator, when Arnold and his gang are going through the jungle and they find the skinned American soldiers hanging upside down.
I knew these men. Green Berets on the Fort Bragg.
That's right.
What are they doing here?
That's right. One of the the name of one of the dog tags is Jim Hopper. And if you've read the novelization of Predator, which I unfortunately will completely admit that I have, he explains a little more about Jim Hopper, that he and Jim Hopper served together in Vietnam. Uh, uh, Jim Hopper was a Green Beret, and he knew him in Vietnam, and Jim Hopper had a reputation for being able to sniff out ambushes and escape bad situations, including having been a POW at one point. And when you watch Stranger Things in season 2, when he's setting Elle up in his dad's old cabin, in the storage under the floor, there's a box that says Vietnam. So,
Oh yeah, there is.
yeah,
Yeah, and he did set up the same kind of trip traps that they did in Predator.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sure those guys, they have all kinds of Easter eggs like that, and it's
Oh,
probably linked in.
yeah. There's no doubt they go on for days. But I couldn't believe that I had missed that for so long.
Yeah.
Dwayne, are you there?
Mm.
Well, I guess we can get started. Send him a message. See.
Yeah, he had trouble connecting in the beginning, right? So, or hearing everybody, or us hearing him.
Yeah. Just send him a message, see if he answers. But we'll, we can go ahead and get things rolling at this point because we're on over 20 minutes of downtime. Katori Khan, Dr. Khan begins pulling PDT chips out, matching them up to the right person, and whoever wants to go first can. Of course, Dr. Mitchell, or Dr. Roman, I should say. I don't know why. I always want to say Dr. Mitchell instead of Dr. Roman. For some reason, I always transpose his first and last name. Dr. Roman, of course, she has to spend a little bit of extra time removing his to put in the new one. And, I kind of, in my head, she's kind of doing this one at a time, kind of off to the side a little bit. And she whispers something to him as she finishes up. If any of you want to try to know what she said, you can make an observation roll. Otherwise, no big deal.
Definitely.
Wow.
Oh, let's jump in on it.
Okay, so that would be Max and Jake. I'm going to give me 1 second. I'm going to type it out, and then you guys can decide whether you want to share it with everybody or not. But that's fine. That's an easy thing. Properties. Okay. Let me copy and paste this for you, Max. Not GM. I tried to send a whisper to myself. That's not going to work. There we go. So she, like I said, she's going through putting everybody's PDT chips in. Jake, when it's your turn, she kind of calls you over, and she building on that observation test. Max, it's probably clear to you that it seems pretty clear to you that based on maybe simple things like body language, Um, Jake Sinclair, there he is. Jake Sinclair and Dr. Khan's, you're fairly certain probably know each other. Um, and she's she seems to be talking to him in a somewhat hushed tone.
Okay, so that's a little odd, right? Knowing each other.
So, um, all right. So, what's next on the agenda?
Well, do
Well,
we need to finish gear surveying? Getting our, our list of stuff together?
Yeah, I love that.
Because it seems like maybe we have a little bit of we don't want to be doing this while we're on the mission, right? We want to get this done before we go.
Yeah, probably. Of course, like Rose pointed out, certainly, she can provide you whatever gear you want. But like she pointed out, you're being who you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to be doing. It's going to be hard to go in to that facility with all this, military grade. Uh, Man, I keep getting spam. It's killing me with all this military grade equipment. But you could have it on board ship certainly. So whatever you guys want to figure that out, yeah, you can just edit it into ship stores. I don't have an issue with that.
well, yeah, let's, obviously let's replace all our damaged suits.
What is? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Martin.
Oh, I was going to say, let's make sure we've replaced our damaged suits. I'm just assuming we'll have food and water and other stuff. And then I had a question. If we've got this cold weather gear we need to wear uh, until we get inside, then I'm assuming we can strip it off. Um, in ship stores, we have some riot vests. I'm assuming, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming these are pretty bulky. It's not like I could wear a riot vest underneath, say, coveralls and not be noticed, right?
Definitely correct.
Okay, so we're kind of going in naked, I guess.
Marty, what is the name of the weapon for which the stats correspond? Or I don't know,
That is
grammatically stuff.
the Stratsoul AR-40. Um, oh, and I put the because Max, on the ship side of your character sheet, I put the auto dock in there. Um, and for the effect, the way I pretty much handle the auto dock, it says the auto dock gives 6 medical aid uh, to be programmed by a user. The way I kind of figure the auto dock has that because the auto dock includes imaging and stuff like that. So it's a 6 medical aid roll unless someone makes a comtech roll programming it to say exactly what they want it to do. So, but that's the notes I put in there.
Okay, great. That's in the stores.
No, just on your ship character sheet.
Oh, okay. There's auto driver.
And did you add the vehicle bay onto the
I
ship?
did. I
Okay,
did.
good.
I slipped the tractor as part of the module, but that's just a
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, on the SS Magellan subdeck picture handout, that doesn't show the vehicle bay, right?
Yeah, it does. If you not the old handout. You're right. You're right. I updated the map, but not the handout. I apologize.
All right. Well, when you get a chance, no big deal. I don't know how important it is. We just know it's there.
Our suits have been repaired.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we have
repaired or
to.
replaced, either way. Yeah.
And what was their air was 4 or 5?
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
And armor. I forgot what the armor
5.
volume is.
There we go. I updated the handout with the vehicle bay.
Cool.
Oh, we still have apples. So we're good to go.
Still have a crate of apples.
Probably some fruit flies to go with.
Oh, I'm sure they're in cryo. Let's see. I got an email from Roll20. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, Roll20 reserved for August. Nautiloid battleship battle maps from Mikwewa. That has
It's
nothing
not going
to
to be
do with I
helpful.
need. No. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Who and what else?
I mean, if we have our gear,
Yeah,
I think we're good to go,
I
right,
think
guys?
you guys have everything you want.
Yeah, we are.
Time's a wasting.
Rose asks, do you want me to have my people install your ship transponder, or did you want to do that yourself?
Either way. But I don't know that we finished the PDTs because Rudy wouldn't let this doctor mess with her. It'd have to be somebody from the crew.
Okay.
So if it comes to her turn, she'd just stick her hand out for the chip.
Katori Khan, she kind of looks at you and she looks over at Rose. Rose just shrugs. So, yeah, she drops the chip in the palm of your hand. Says, "All right, Dr. Rudat."
I'll have either Jake or I forgot Andy's character's first name.
Mitchell.
Mitchell. Put
I,
it in.
I think Vickers is your best shot, actually.
All right, Vickers
Because
can
it's
do
a
it.
medical aid role.
Oh, okay.
We'll just, we'll let him do it. Let's see, where is it?
I mean, later it doesn't have to be in front of her, but
No. Yeah, we just assume you did it once you got on board ship. I just made the roll, so it's done. All right. Anything else, folks?
I can't think of anything. If you guys are good to go, then we're good to go.
I think we need to get on with it, I guess.
Yep. Good to go.
All right. So we'll cut through it a little bit, and
How far is it? How long is the trek?
from Bracken's World to GBH 45, that was a very good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parsecs, 42 days in cryo.
Okay.
Which will put us on, let's see here, October 15th. Put us on October 15th, 2184. All right. So, Dwayne, you want to make the heavy machinery roll to install the transponder?
Oh, let's give that a shot. Let's see. Pull up my sheet here.
And while he's doing that, I will and just an in-universe thing, out of game, if you will, because you guys would probably, your characters, at least a couple of you would think about this. Well, look at that. Would you like to push the roll, Dwayne?
Okay.
Um, Obviously, changing the identities of your ship by swapping a transponder. There you go. One success is not a. Is probably not something that you would do while you're within range of a star system or the network. You would wait until you're out into open space before you did something like that, because that would be generally considered suspicious for obvious reasons. Um,
Yeah. So how many days can you stay in FTL before you have to go into cryo?
6.
All right. So once we jump to FTL, I'll wait a few days. I'll wait a few days to do the update on the transponder,
Sure. Perfect. Um,
and then I'll go into cryo.
that will that will work. So if someone wants to, let's see, there's 6 of you. So if someone wants to, well, we're not. I'm not too worried about food and water. I'm assuming you guys will have stacked up on it pretty well while you're there. Um, as you guys exit cryo FTL and cryo in the system of GBH-45, we never really talked much about this system because you guys weren't really going there to go to the colony. Um, Tau Boatus is a yellow-white dwarf star and a dim red dwarf star. It's a binary system. The the colony itself on GBH-45 is actually a moon that is in orbit of the fourth planet in the system. The fourth planet is what's considered a super Jupiter. It's a gas giant about 4 times the size of Jupiter that runs a mean of about 1300 Celsius. In contrast, GBH-45 is a moon of that planet and is about half the size of Earth. Due to its rotation and the revolution speed of the gas giant, the moon where the colony is actually always in the planet's shadow, which causes the moon to generally maintain a temperature between 0 and negative 50 Celsius.
Oh,
So the moon is covered in glaciers, and blizzard conditions are pretty normal, that type of thing. It's the colony.
I was going to ask. So why is there a colony here?
Well, it was originally established by Weyland as a joint 3WE partnership a couple decades ago. Weyland was of the opinion that it would make an excellent cold weather study station, and they also detected large amounts of high energy gases in Tau Boatus B, especially the fourth planet. So there was definitely opportunities for energy mining there. Um, it originally had about 100 inhabitants. The colony is over the last 20 years has grown to about 20,000 people, about 500 of which are Weyland employees. The rest are employed in atmospheric mining of nearby planets, or just the general services required as a colony starts to grow. So that's what you guys know or can easily find out about it. So I guess technically we haven't done this in a while. I guess technically I have to get I do have to get an engineering and a comtech role for ship maintenance. And does anybody else have any specific questions about the colony or the system or anything like that? Dwayne with a success. Jake, do you want to do the comtech role for the maintenance? Because I think you're pretty high on comtech.
Will do.
All right. 2 successes.
Yep, and that's with a SSDD contact.
Okay, very good. And I will say this. Um, very good. I will say so. You both have a stunt. I will say this. I am moving forward with the at the end of the scenario, any unused stunts just dissipate, just fizzle. Because otherwise, you guys just rack up all these stunts that half the time you never use. So, anyways,
At the end of the last session, I went ahead and basically erased mine.
okay, so that's fine. So you each have a stunt on your respective rolls. What would you like to do with those?
I'll save mine for a success next time.
On next
maintenance.
maintenance roll. Very good. Jake?
Same.
Okay, perfect.
Same.
All right. Like I said, anybody else have any questions about the colony or the system or anything like that as you approach?
Yes, I just want to do a scan basically of the system to see if there's any chips and any kind of automated defenses or something like that in
Perfect.
the area.
You can make a contact roll with a +2.
Wow.
3 successes. All right. So basic scan of the system. It's not too dissimilar from the way it was when you guys visited here the first time. Originally, you guys swung by here and handed off the lady in the cryo crate that you found on Alpha Casea. There's a number of smaller, ships, corvettes, tugboats, that type of thing. A couple of larger M-class ships look like just freighters, and then there is the one Conestoga class. It's on the it's a good distance away. It's in orbit around the planet, and that's the HMS Hammer. That's the ship that you ran into before. It's also the same name as the ship that Rose said was dispatched to LV 1052. And then you have 2 stunts.
+1 to a later related roll and 1 new unexpected information, please.
Okay. New and unexpected information. And you have no idea what to make of this, but there is a buildup of tachyon particles near, basically in a high orbit of the planet, localized in one area.
Have we encountered that kind of concentration before? I don't think we have.
No, this is something very abnormal.
Okay, and this is where we just came out of hyper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on approach for the colony.
Okay.
A shift or a little more out, giving everybody a chance to do their maintenance.
Science guys, what does this mean?
I'm a biologist, not a physicist. What do you want from me?
Damn it, Jim.
Google, what does it mean?
Obviously, Jake and Mitchell. Obviously, this is not your field of science by any means, your field of study by any means. Physics, astrophysics, particle physics, any of that. So yeah, it's you really don't know what it means. Wish you had a physicist on hand.
Could it be something left over from a Yautja ship?
It could be anything. It could be them jumping in and out of faster than light, or it could be some kind of weapons test from the HMS Hammer. Could be some obscure science experiment that the colony is doing, seeing as more than half the people are probably scientists. too many options at this point in time. But definitely
Well,
something to keep in
let's
mind.
just file it as something we should remember for the future if we see it again.
All right.
So we're going to okay, again, a little jumbled in my head. We're traveling and we're gonna fake our way in basically with the transponders and our cover identities. Is that the space station we're going to? Or are we going straight to the planet?
Well, there's no space station
There
here,
is
so
no space station.
yeah. It's just the colony on planet.
Okay.
And
So if at an appropriate distance, I'll open up comms with traffic control and announce our
were we
arrival.
yeah, were we given a contact on yeah, were we given a contact person from Way T that was basically going to be our
Yep, you are going to receive a full tour of the facility from the facility manager, a Dr. Dyson.
okay?
Yep.
And they snuck us into um, the arrivals, right? We're expecting it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And when you reach out to space traffic control on the planet, a woman with a British accent comes on and says, "STSV Meredith, we have you on scans. You're within your arrival window. Transmitting coordinates. You will not be landing at spaceport proper. You will be landing on Weyland-Yutani's pad number 2. Coordinates being transmitted now."
Roger out.
So yeah, the coordinates come into your system. Looks like a pretty straightforward approach. Shouldn't be any big issue. It looks like the colony being about 20,000 people. It's it's reasonably sized. It's the size of of a a mid-sized town probably back home on Earth. But the spaceport is close to the middle of the colony itself. The Weyland-Yutani complex is on one end of the colony, and it has its own landing pads. It has 3 of its own landing pads, large enough to accept your ship, and that's where your coordinates are taking you. So, if you want to make planetfall, go ahead and make that piloting roll. Oh,
Doing
yeah, okay, yep, sorry. Go ahead.
it. Going for it. You gotta be kidding me.
Well, that's unfortunate. Would you like to push the roll?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, Dwayne, you can drop that point of stress you picked up from pushing. All right, there. Oh my
What
god.
the hell? Okay, I must have a hangover from all that partying.
23 total dice, 1 success. Man, I was
Well,
really.
it's the crosswind.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was really hoping you guys were going to crash, but no such luck. It is. There is a crosswind. However, though it does seem that the colony is in the midst of something very akin to the beginnings of a blizzard. There is a lot of crosswind. There's a lot of snow, of course. That may not affect you that much as you come through the cloud cover, but in the end, you set her down on the landing pad, um, and you get a communications ping. Uh, STSV Meredith, come in.
This is Meredith. Go ahead.
We have a welcoming committee on its way to meet you now and bring you back to the facility. And
Roger. Go
as
ahead.
as you look out the look out the kind of the viewports, you see a lone figure in a Weyland-Yutani blue jumpsuit as he is walking up towards the pad, uh, from a walkway, and he's kind of got his hand over his head, waving at the ship. He's looks at this distance. He's a good distance away, but he looks rather miserable standing out there in the cold and the snow.
All right, I'll answer. How are we actually? I'll click the mic off just for a second. We're not all going out there, are we? We're going to leave one or two of us back here. Captain?
I don't know. I think we should. I think we'll be okay to go.
I mean, okay, yeah, because we all cover. We have 2 engineers and the rest are scientists, and they're going to give us the guise of a tour. So,
And your cargo bay is full of stuff that Wei thinks they're supposed to unload.
that's right. Yeah. So, well, somebody's going to have to stay back so they unload the stuff, right? So, I mean, unless there's a different idea, I'll do the same as usual and stay back to coordinate that and bullshit them as I
Yeah,
need to.
if too many of us hang out on the ship, it'll look weird.
Yeah.
And,
Unless there's work to be done or something.
yeah, and I would Mitchell. I think Mitchell chimes in and says, "Well, and based on what I understood from Rose, I believe they are expecting 6 of us for that tour." Am I here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what to, because I don't feel comfortable going off the ship.
Well, they got to understand that somebody's got to supervise the offloading.
Sure. And every time we made planetfall, we've had to leave very quickly.
Or even, we can just say that you've eaten something that upset your stomach and, you've fallen ill or something. If one person falls ill or something, that's not going to raise too much suspicion. Sleeping it off on the ship or something.
Do you guys want Vickers or Andy's character to stay back?
I don't know. I mean, I think my gut feeling is that I stay back and get ready in case something bad happens. There's weird tachyon particles above the planet. We're doing an espionage thing. I think we need to have an exit strategy, even if we've got good cover. Unless it's going to cause us to blow our cover. So I guess that's.
Well,
I wouldn't leave more than one person. I think one's all that's required to oversee the offloading, and that makes logical sense. Somebody has to, protect the ship.
so the rest of us should go because we're all one big happy corporation, right?
That's
Right.
Yep. Okay.
All right, well, that'll work then. I'll stay back, and so I'll flip the comms back on and say, be prepared. We're sending 5 representatives out of the ship in 5 minutes. Over.
Voice comes back. 5. We've got on the roster here that there's supposed to be 6.
Understood. There's a large amount of cargo needs to be supervised being offloaded, and there's several ship systems that will need to be checked prior to myself, the pilot, joining you.
The voice kind of hesitates and says, "Well, we're all Weyland-Yutani here, so I'm sure we can handle unloading the cargo. But as you will, Meredith." And the guy out on the landing pad he's kind of standing there with his arms crossed.
Shivering.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess let's see how this develops then, and everybody can move out of the ship and see what happens with this ruse.
All right. So who's all going ashore? Everybody
Okay.
but Max?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So as you're coming out, the guy starts to walk towards you. Getting as you're getting a closer look at him, he's he looks like he's probably a pretty well fed individual, and African American, average height, and he shouts out, uh, "Welcome to Argos Colony." He doesn't have an English accent like most people in 3WE do. He just basic American English. Um, says I'm here to welcome you and bring you in. I'm Al Powell.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I am Dr. Viscontis, and I'll make introductions using the aliases.
All right. He looks around and he goes, Are we missing one? I was told there were 6 of you."
Yes, our pilot, Dr. What was his alias?
So he's an engineer, not a doctor.
Engineer, sorry.
Tom Scholes.
That's right.
Our pilot, Tom Schultz, staying behind to supervise. Sorry, guys. Somebody's at the door.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
That was a lie detector.
Yeah.
Sharif has a chihuahua, if you can't guess.
Yeah, exactly. Very small animal, obviously. He says, "Well, I've got guys coming up to unload your cargo. I don't know that Mr. Scholes needs to stay aboard, but that's I guess he's going to miss the tour. That's up to him." But he just kind of shrugs and says, "Well, follow me." And he starts to turn. And he starts to walk back the towards the building in the distance. He's whistling something. um, and you're pretty sure it's an old song. "Let It Snow," maybe.
He's a comedian.
So yeah, it is most definitely a cold, miserable walk back to this large prefab building that's got Weyland-Yutani stamped all over it. As you guys are walking back, there's guys in enclosed power loaders with Daiho tractors coming up to the ship to get the stuff out of your cargo bay. They seem to be pretty familiar with what they're doing in terms of that. Jim, or Max, I should say, do you just open the cargo bay and let them at it, pretty much?
Yeah, I do. I don't think there's anything we need to hide from prying eyes. So yeah, I mean we're just.
All right. Are you
Maybe
hanging out on the bridge, or are you hanging out in the cargo bay watching?
I'll watch them from. I assume there's video
Sure.
at the cargo bay, so I'll watch them from video from the bridge and put away any plates or napkins that have Magellan on them, just in case.
Yeah, they're pardon me, they're moving in and they're grabbing they're grabbing. There's a number of boxes, crates, storage containers, that type of thing, that all have Wayu stamped on them, and that's what they're grabbing. They're not touching anything else because obviously some of the things you guys have in there probably are just basic food and water stores, that type of thing. That they're not touching any of that. Pardon me, 1 second. Sorry, I had to clear my throat and I didn't want to blow everybody's eardrums out.
Shogun Fortin.
You know what's interesting is
No,
our
go away.
actual mission is now our fake mission. Like we're actually scientists who've become like spies posing as scientists.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh man.
Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drag some people over here. Alright, now, give me one moment. I'm just getting my map together. Let's see, I need Dr. Sinclair. Actually, there we go. Well, that's fine. It's good enough. Dr. Dunning and, or not Dr. Dunning, but Dwayne Dunning and Rudy. Now, you guys, Dwayne, Jake, and Rudy, you guys probably don't see anything on your map. Is that correct?
Correct, I see nothing.
Rectamundo.
Alright, I'm going to fix that in just a moment. Token emits light. What about you now, Dwayne? Do you see...
Nope, I got nothing.
What? What do you mean you have nothing? You shouldn't have
I
nothing.
got a big black space. It's all dark and creepy in here.
Is the dynamic lighting not working properly? Do you guys see anything on that map?
Yes, I see bottom left corner. What looks like a hallway.
Oh, maybe I got crap in the way. Hold on a second. Let me move some of these around.
I also had icons
Yeah,
over
okay.
it.
I can see bottom left hallway too.
Okay. All right. Good.
I had somebody's picture over the top of.
Sorry about that. Powell leads you into. He leads you up to a large exterior door that's starting to get snow piling up against it, and it opens as you guys approach, and you're in a hallway that's about 3 meters wide and 9 meters long. And on either side of this hallway, like the walls are not metal or anything along those lines. The walls are basically clear plexi or clear plastisteel, something like that. And there are two Weyland jumpsuited security guards in each of those rooms, which has a door that attaches to the main hallway. One comes out and Al says, "Well, this is it for me. They're going to, standard procedure. They're going to check your IDs and do a quick scan for, just do a quick standard scan. So, Dr. Dyson will meet you on the other side." And he points at the door on the far side of the room. And he starts to whistle again. He hits the door and walks out into the snow. These four guys are, they're like I said, they're in standard Weyland-Yutani blue security jumpsuits, and they're each carrying what looks like a shock pistol. Guy pulls out this big wand, and he walks up and says, "All right, who's first?"
Jake will head up and nod at him.
All right. So he runs the wand over you, and then he runs it over your he runs it over your arm, where the chip was put takes a look at it and says, Dr. Ackerman, and he looks at the lanyard that you've got on. He goes, "All right, you're clear. Next." So, and he goes, unless anybody has any reason to stop him, he goes through this one person at a time, just one after the other,
Okay.
Sure.
and everybody's ID dings, and he confirms that you are what matches the lanyard. And when it's all done, he says, "All right, you're clear to enter." And the door at the end right here opens, and there's a man standing on the other side. And I'm just going to move you guys into the hallway so that you can see. You should see a long hallway now. True?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So there is a clean room door here and here, and the hallway continues down. These are just standard proximity doors. This one is also a standard door. You can see an elevator, and then there's two other clean room doors further down. And it looks like the hallway ends in a door just like the one you came through. Based on what you saw of the colony from above as you were landing, you guess that's probably just another exit of the facility. There is a man standing there, and he looks like this.
I can only see a
Dynamic
little
lighting
sliver.
says no.
What's that?
Dynamic lighting says no.
Oh, dynamic. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we've only got like a little sliver of
Oh, yeah.
like the width of the hallway.
I didn't think about that. I'm sorry. Well, he looks like that, if that helps at all.
Can you bump him up? Okay, there we go.
Tell
He
you what.
reminds me of a scientist in Terminator 2 who developed the
Oh yeah.
what's it called?
So he,
Whatever net.
as you guys come through, he smiles, kind of a goofy, nerdy smile, to be honest about it, and he holds his hand out and he says, "Welcome. I'm Dr. Miles Dyson."
Hi,
And
doctor.
he, I guess he starts to, one by one, he shakes everybody's hands. Doctor.
Doctor. Dr. Howard. Dr. Fine.
That's
Dr.
right.
Howard.
That's right.
Don't call me doctor. I'm just an engineer.
That's right. And he says, "So, I'm really excited that that you all have come to tour this facility. We're really doing amazing things here. Yeah, what originally started as a cold weather project or cold weather research station, we've really we've built, we've expanded, we've adapted, and we're doing so much great work here. It's just absolutely fantastic. So, I guess the question is, where do you guys want to start? Do you want to start with the meat or the metal?"
Well, I'd like to start with the metal.
He says,
Sounds
"Yeah,
good.
as an engineer, I can understand that. So, let's
By the way, is this it was pretty cold outside. Is this the cold season or the warm season?
Yes, it is. That's true." He goes, "Hey, you guys are going to get pretty warm in here. If you like, we can. If you like, we can step in here really quick." And he takes you over to this door right here. If you guys want to take all that cold weather stuff off before we get started.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So he brings you into here.
By the way, doctor, we're so happy to be here. We've talked about nothing for the last 7 days but this trip. We're just so excited.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm so glad to hear it. This
Yeah.
you're really going to see some fantastic things here. It's very exciting. Very, very
Well, your
exciting.
work is truly groundbreaking, and a lot of people are noticing.
Eh,
So we consider ourselves quite lucky.
oh yeah. He goes, I mean, on that vein, have you heard the news? Weird corporate is pretty certain at this point they're ready to spin off the entire T800 prosthetics department into its own company, and Ms. Sky Nettleton's probably going to be CEO. It's just fantastic.
That's great news.
So the room he brings you guys into as you guys are talking, it's a huge rec room. Um, there and he points at some racks off to the side. He goes, "You can hang everything up there." This room is full of. It's got a foosball table, air hockey. There's several access terminals probably for basic network news and stuff like that. There's a built-in there's a built-in there's like a built-in theater at the end, and on top of that, a stand-up arcade game, Marine, which is it's the one where it's got a gun built into the arcade game. It's the one where you play a United States Colonial Marine Corps grunt, blowing away the invasive forces of the UPP. So, well-equipped rec room.
Very
And
nice, Doctor. Very nice.
he goes, "Oh, we're proud of it. Our people work hard, and God, they work hard, and they really deserve to be able to blow off some steam. So let's here's what we're going to do. We're going to head this way, and we are going to start. He goes, let's start with AI design." So he leads you back outside, to the hallway, back the way you came, and he opens this clean room door, and you guys step inside. He said, "Now, of course, I can't allow you access inside, just because it's a clean room, and obviously there's a lot of work. But this is where the real breakthrough happened. This is our software design center, as well as our chip production for all the T800 prosthetics. This is where a lot of the magic happens. When we first started, the first generation software, the T100, it got the job done, but our patients had a hard time controlling the new prosthetic limbs. The delay times were 10, 12 seconds. The precision wasn't there. But we worked through it. And eventually we came out with the 2400 architecture, which that got us the response time, but the 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 uh, the subtlety wasn't there. You'd ask the patient to pick up the glass, and he would just crush it. The T800 software is what's brought us to the next generation, and it's even learning AI. It will eventually learn to interpret and expect the impulses before they happen. It's really incredible stuff. And there's guys in clean suits all over the place. There's some guys sitting at terminals. There's other guys that look like they're working on design work, and you see the world's tiniest computer chips, that type of thing. He goes, "So, any questions here, or we can go across the hall?"
I'll ask him some bogus question about why this particular location is advantageous for AI research over someplace closer to logistical support. Blah blah blah.
He says,
I'm,
"Yeah,
I'm feigning extreme interest, obviously.
obviously." He says, "You know what? Make a manipulation roll, Rudy."
And Jake would be sincerely interested because the biological merging with technology would be, in his kind of experience and science background, and that kind of thing.
Sure.
I'm using my eyelashes here, obviously. A great effect.
Yeah, he says, well, you know, let's be blunt. I mean, the corporate established this as a cold weather research station. Eh, What really does cold weather research on GBH 45 have to do with cold weather anybody anywhere else, much less on Earth? The facility was barely manned. It was going unused, and the company saw an opportunity here. So we the fact is that this is off the beaten path is perfect for us because we're away from, we're away from, well, let's just call it what it is. We're away from corporate espionage. We're away from those bastards at Siegson that might want to steal this technology from us as we're developing it. That, so it really was just an ideal situation.
Do I
And
have any? Oh, I'm sorry.
I also imagine there's not many distractions here.
No, there isn't. You're certainly not going to go for a walk in the park.
That's funny. If do any of these successes count as stunts?
Yeah, I kind of gave you the automatically, and maybe I shouldn't have, but I kind of gave you the one where he provides more information or something along those lines.
Okay.
With telling you that they're worried about corporate espionage from Siegson, that type of thing. But that would still give you an extra stunt.
Can I bank it so this guy will help me later?
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. He says, any other questions here?
No, please go on.
All right. Well, let's come over, Mr. Williamson. You're really going to appreciate this. He says we're going to go over to cybernetics now. I think this is where you're really going to get excited, based on your background, Mr. Williamson. And he says, by the way, is Mr. Scholes going to join us?
Unfortunately, I don't believe so. Mr. Schultz is very fastidious in his caretaking of our ship, and he really likes to make sure that things are just so. So right now, he's supervising the offloading.
Well,
If he gets done early, then yes, maybe he'll be able to join us.
yeah, I'm sure if he has any concerns, we've got some technicians we could assign to the ship if he needs something checked over.
Oh, believe me, he is more than capable.
I understand. Well, and engineers, they want things done their way. So
Exactly.
Hey.
You can't argue with the results, though, can you?
no, and no offense meant, Mr. Williamson. Engineers have done a lot for us here. It's extremely valuable. So here, and he brings you into the next area. He says this is the part, Mr. Williamson, you're going to love. This is cybernetics. This is where we build all the prosthetics. And in fact, right here, and he points to the right with pride, this is the very first completely successful prosthetic. And I'm going to show you guys. It's encased in glass on a display stand off to the side.
So it's no wonder that icon you used reminds us of that dude.
Who knows? Who can be sure?
Wow. What alloy did you use?
Oh, obviously it's a combination of titanium. There's plastisteel, of course, because titanium, you got to have some degree of flexibility when you're dealing with these joints and whatnot, and titanium is not going to do that for us. The primary structure itself, as well as the outer casing, of course, is titanium for the ultimate durability. Plus, if we ever see any military applications, we're going to want that. We're probably going to put additional plating, but plastisteel at most of the joints, and it's primarily, we had some extreme success primarily as a hydraulic driven system as opposed to musculature.
So how do you interface the AI controls with the nerves at the attachment point?
Well, and that's that was a big part of the problem. We were able to develop the nanofibers we needed to connect to the nervous system and attach to the existing musculature, that type of thing. But the problem we had was completing the communication from the meat to the metal. And when we finally started to overcome that, that's when we started to have some success. But that's when we were having the large delays in reaction time, the lack of accuracy in terms of the movements and the amount of pressure needing to be applied, that type of thing. It's really been the AI breakthrough that has allowed that to be. Uh, um, it's really the AI improvements that have really driven us to the next level. The AI is interpreting what it thinks the user wants, and it that resolved most of what was getting lost in translation.
So the AI has to learn from each user. Each user's unique. So
That's
what, you implement
correct.
a learning mode when it's first installed?
You, Mr. Williamson, you might want to consider going back to school and picking up your PhD. You're very good. You've obviously done some reading on this subject, but yes, you're absolutely correct. Every time where we've had the most successes with. Or where we've had the most opportunities, I should say, to work with is with Colonial Marines. Obviously, with the recent frontier war with the UPP, there's been people in need of prosthetics, and yes, every time we we design and attach a new prosthetic to a potential patient with this T800 architecture, there is some time we have gotten it now that through the proper physical therapy we have managed to get learning time between the computer to or the chip to the person down to about 3 days. The problem is the learning time from the person to the chip is more like 30 days, but
Yeah.
still, that's amazing. That's amazing work.
Now, this is an arm. Have you done any other prosthetics for legs or feet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We can replace pretty much any limb or any part of a limb at this point, and we're working on this. Is very exciting. We're working on eyes.
Ooh. So have you had anyone where you gave them two prosthetics?
Not as yet. We have not taken that step. We're focusing on individuals that have need of one for now.
And are the chips sensitive to magnetic fields?
We
I'm not thinking electromagnetic pulse. That's a different thing. I'm just thinking electromagnetic fields. Are they sensitive to that?
They are to a small extent. We have to provide a degree of shielding with every chip.
Otherwise, when an automatic door opens, their arm might jerk.
Correct. You got it.
Fascinating. This is
Um,
awesome.
question though, this AI that you're using, is it based off of Mother or off of Apollo, or where did you get this AI that
Oh,
you're
this
using?
is this is something completely new that I myself have. I've spent. I myself have spent something to the tune of 10 or 12,000 man hours developing it.
So this is the original idea of your own.
Yes, it is obviously with some of the advancements made with Mother over the last 10 years. But this was something new because Mother doesn't have the computing power necessary to provide this AI with what we need in such a small package. Because obviously, mother systems are quite large, and this is we're dealing with a piece of equipment that has room for a chip that is the size of and he pulls a pen out of his pocket. Well, like the end of a pen.
So, with it made out of titanium and plasteel, I bet it's pretty robust, pretty hardy piece of equipment.
It's very durable. We have dropped upwards of half a ton from 20 feet on top of one of these limbs and it still functioned.
So, with the limb way stronger, both able to withstand loads much higher than a human could normally, and also being able to exert, looks like to me like it could exert more force than a regular human. The weak point then becomes the torque on the human limb at the attachment point. How do you ensure that the human doesn't overdo it and basically exert so much pressure he rips his own arm off?
Yeah, we had problems with that in the original models.
Ouch.
It definitely was an issue, and we had to incorporate safety mechanisms into the AI, as well as the physical limbs themselves to prevent that from happening, based on the physical condition of the user. Yeah, it was that was a circumstance that was unforeseen, which in hindsight we should have realized was going to happen.
But basically, yeah, I could see if you program in the limits of the human body, which are understood, you can put limiters on all of the actions so
Yeah.
that they can't overstress.
It's no different than a speed governor on a vehicle. He looks around and says, "All right, shall
By the
we?"
way, side note: if you ever played Cyberpunk, the role-playing game back in the day,
Oh,
this
yeah.
was this whole line of discussion was an interesting thing that they addressed when you got cybernetics. Like if you got a cybernetic arm, you could, let's say, you could crush I don't know, take a chunk out of a bowling ball or crush a piece of steel in your hand. But if you went to try to like punch a car to move it, you would like rip your shoulder to shreds, right?
Yeah.
So, but if you got your torso and like major body systems replaced, then you could literally do things like pick up a car. It was pretty interesting the way it was designed. Very interesting for role playing.
Yeah. The
Anyway, sorry. Just
the
an aside. You
RPG
guys
of
are
the dark
throwing me back
future.
there. Yeah, you guys are really bringing it back.
I had, and this is off topic, and we'll get back to it. But when I was in high school, I had a friend who had a dial-up BBS that he was running on a Mac, or I guess an Apple at the time, whatever. But anyway, it was a BBS architecture that he himself had developed, and the entire thing, the whole BBS was a city set in cyberpunk. So every separate board that you went to was a different street name or a different building or that type of thing. And it had a map that told you how to get to what bulletin board. Some of them were hidden that some people knew about, others didn't, that type of thing. But when you logged into the BBS for the first time, you had to make a character. And it was really amazing. He ran it for about 6 months and then he moved to Georgia or something. But it was he had spent a huge amount of time building it. So, meanwhile,
Pretty wild.
back at the ship, Max, because you guys only have one cargo bay and it was only about half full. The one of the power loaders picks up the last crate and moves it outside to a waiting cargo sled. One of these just big giant motorized flatbeds, basically, and a guy in cold weather gear comes up and says, "Well, that's about it, I guess. Sign here." He hands you a clipboard.
Okay, take a clipboard and scratch. Let's see, what's my name again? Schultz.
Yeah, Tom Schultz. Yeah.
Tom Schultz. Yeah, which rock star?
Oh shoot. Tom is. Hold on one second. I'll tell you. Tom Schultz was. Shit.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll figure it out later. I'm sorry. I should know, but for some reason I'm not coming up with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I signed that and close up the cargo bay
All right.
entrance.
All right, perfect.
I
Oh,
have no way to communicate with the team outside of the ship, do I?
well,
I mean, do
probably
we?
not. I mean, because they're not wearing spacesuits. So
Right, and there's no.
now I do have a question, something I meant to ask before you guys went into the facility, and that's my fault. Which one of you has the communicator that Rose gave you with the what do you call it, with the frequency for the team that's supposed to be on planet near you?
I thought that was Rudy.
I mean, that would make the most sense. I just didn't ask.
Is that Rudy, or do we leave it on the ship? Because we wanted to go in sterile.
No, it was. I got the impression it was a handheld device.
Yeah, it's just a small communicator.
Yeah, just
No, no, right. I do. I mean,
Oh.
is this something that
Tom
that-
Scholes, Boston. Sorry.
Oh, Boston. Yeah, they were MIT students when they formed the band.
That's correct.
No, I guess the question is do you want something on your person that a scientist touring a facility wouldn't normally have on them? I guess that's the question.
well, we were never expecting to have a pat down and be, cavity searched or anything. So
Well, no.
anyway, anyway, that's your decision. I assume that you had the communicator, so it's up to you what you want to do with it.
Well, I don't know that. I'm on the ship, so if
Sorry, I
Well,
meant
is it-
Rudy has it.
Yes.
It's up to Rudy whether.
Do you really think that it would spoil our aliases to have a communicator with the ship?
What day is it?
Seems like that would be pretty standard to be able to talk to your.
We were supposed to get it
no,
Monday.
I don't think it would. But I mean, is it a piece of tech that's common to the 3WE and
Yeah, I mean, it's just a generic communicator.
okay?
She
I
just
guess
gave you a specific frequency to be able
Oh,
to
I
reach out
see what
to.
you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just being paranoid. That's all.
I mean, it's good to be paranoid considering what we're up to.
Yeah. Right. So I guess you have it on you, right? And do I have access to that frequency as well, or is this
I think it would be safe to assume that Rudy shared it with you
Yeah.
since you're on ship.
and I can use ship's comms to call also. I don't have to use
Oh,
this.
for sure. Yeah, Rudy, definitely.
It's
gave
not
all the
a
information.
encrypted device that's singular to
No.
that. Okay. All right. Never mind.
Okie dokie then. All right. So all right. So if you guys are finished up here, he looks around. He says, "Well, on the other side of the facility, we'll see medical and Doctor Doctor shit. I'm sorry, Doctor Alkerman. I'm sure we're going to see the area that you're another place you're going to be very interested in. So let's head over to the other side." And he pops out and starts. Do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see medical or genetics first?
Oh, I'm looking forward to medical. Unless somebody else objects.
No, I vote for medical as well.
Goes perfect. So he opens a door and moves through, and he says, "This is where all the real work is done. Once we're ready to attach the prosthetics to the patients, and this whole area, there's areas that are cordoned off with plasteel walls and plexi." He said those are obviously sterile surgical centers, and you see multiple people inside each one of those programming like an auto dock, that type of thing. And this is where we do all the surgical work. This is where everything gets where the actual prosthetic gets attached to the patient. The surgery itself is about 6 to 8 hours, depending. It's obviously it's very intensive, and we will oftentimes have one surgeon. We have three different phases, and we'll have a surgeon for each phase. That way, no one surgeon is getting overworked or too overstressed during the process. Because obviously, we want no mistakes. We have the auto docs to help, of course. But as you guys look around it looks like a major OR center. Obviously, maybe not as big as what you've seen on huge metropolitan colonies, but every bit is state of the art.
Very impressive.
So we're very proud of it. He said, I don't know how much time or how long you all are staying on planet, and really look, I of course I looked over all of your your files before you came. I wanted to know who was visiting and what your backgrounds were, and I really think all of you would have a place here as the T800 project, as Weyland-Yutani breaks us off as our own wholly owned subsidiary. And I already have the company name in mind. It's fantastic, but I really think there's a future here for anybody who wants to just take hold of it.
Well, this certainly seems interesting and a great place to do some groundbreaking research.
He says,
I'm looking forward to working with you guys.
"Oh, that's absolutely fantastic, Dr. Ackerman. I really hope that that's going to come into being. We certainly can use all the talent we can get here, especially top-notch talent like you folks." He says, "Let me I'm sorry. Go ahead."
Yep. No, I was just thinking if you have any information and data that you can send over that we can start reading up on, that would be great. I'd like to, prep as much as possible.
Make a manipulation roll.
Oof.
do you do you want to push that or let it go?
I'll let it go.
Can I assist him if he were to push it?
If you had chimed in, I'd have said yes, but we'll just let it go. He says, I'll send you all the standard company pamphlets. Of course, you probably have seen those already, but just in case, I'll send you a PDF."
Thank you, appreciate it.
He says, "So we've got I want to take you to the other half of the meat side, and if you folks if you're staying on planet long enough, tomorrow we actually are conducting a surgery. We've got this was a 3WE Royal Marine actually that lost leg from the knee down to a landmine somewhere. I don't know, Abandon's World perhaps. I'm not sure, but we're doing that tomorrow. That's at 10 a.m. Earth Standard Time. So if you wanted to see that, that would be fine. I can certainly arrange to allow you access to watch." As he's talking, he takes you across the hall through the last clean room into. And this, again, I can't allow close access here, but this is genetics. This is the final part of the project. When genetics first started, it had to do with avoiding rejection of the interface between the nerves and the muscles of the person and the new prosthetic limb itself. But once we got past that hurdle, what genetics then came into, he said, well, you can see for yourself. And as you look around, You see a mix of what looks like medical professionals and scientists doing various things, and it almost looks as if they're growing skin. He says we actually graft onto the patient a genetic match of their own skin so that their prosthetic looks like a normal human limb, because we don't want them going through life with children pointing and people grimacing. No one likes those harsh reminders of war, or not only that, but just the mental and psychological well-being of our patients is of the utmost importance. So even though it's a cybernetic limb, we want it to look as human as possible, and that's what the final step here is. After the limb is attached, it takes a few days before we're ready to do the final part, the grafting process. Depending on the size of the limb, takes 30 minutes to an hour, but it's their actual skin.
That is most impressive.
Said we're very proud of what we've accomplished here. Absolutely. So, what questions do you guys have? If you have additional questions at this point.
Well, where to start?
Yeah, it's quite a bit once you see it all in person, don't you?
How,
Isn't
how,
it?
how are you
It's a
going
little
to
bit overwhelming, to be honest with you. I mean, this is something out of next gen for sure.
Yeah, it's science fiction. Science fiction turned into science fact. I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Williamson?
Well, I'm interested in how you manage to keep the skin alive once you place it on the prosthesis. How you manage to keep it alive, because you've got multiple things. You've got to, if you put skin on the prosthesis, then the pressure sensors are now have a skin interface. So you've got to somehow link the sensation from the skin to the sensors, so there's some sense of touch that isn't muted. And then you've got to provide blood supply and nutrients, and it just seems amazing that you're having some success in that area.
Well, the blood supply is actually the easy part. We actually have uh, major blood vessels already worked into the skin that attaches to the patient's cardiovascular system, but we also have an amount of blood supply that we actually pass from the patient through the prosthetic itself to the surface. And now, as far as sensation and feeling is concerned, that's that's a rather complex thing that, uh, to be completely honest with you, I I have a lot of knowledge, but that part of it is a little beyond my grasp. I don't quite understand how the nervous system works in this regard, but the net effect is it has something to do with the T800 architecture combined with the patient's own natural nervous system, and something that is built into the arm itself. That would be something that Dr. Shoot, I'm sorry. Too many names. I hate it when I have so many names. It's my fault. I brought it on myself. That would be something that Dr. Viscontis, with more with probably access to full files, if you were to come on board, of course, Doctor, you would probably have a firmer understanding of than I would. I'm very much more in tune with the engineering, the software, the AI, the computer system side of it. When you get into nervous systems, that's I'm not quite as
Well,
I'm not a biologist.
that's why I'm asking the questions, because obviously, as an engineer, that's not my strong suit anyway. It just amazes me. And fingernails, you can't just take any piece of skin and make it grow fingernails. Are the fingernails simulated?
The fingernails are synthetic, which
Oh,
fortunately is easy to do. Fingernails mostly keratin, so
right. Okay. It's just fascinating.
yeah, this is kind of a probably, shall we say, a vanity project, but eventually we'd like to get to the point where the body actually regenerates its own fingernails, and you will have to actually clip them and that type of thing. But that's something for the future. We'll get there.
Well, I have about 1,000 questions, especially as it relates to neurospinal interface. But for the moment, um, can you
Nice.
show us the rest of the facility?
Um, well, I mean, the tour's limited to this. I mean, we can go to my office, or if you like, I can take you to the cafeteria where there's we can get a bite to eat, and I can answer some questions.
Sounds good to me. What do you guys think?
I think that's great. We can have a bite to eat and ask a lot of questions. I especially want to discuss the work you're doing with eyes.
All right, perfect, very good.
So, out of character, definitely trying to, as we walk around here, trying to find where the mother room is being kept.
Yeah. Um, as you guys walk down the he whoa! I just grabbed the whole map. I was trying to grab an icon. I grabbed the whole map. As you guys go down the back the hallway, there's this door right here that you hadn't gone in before, and that's the cafeteria. As you pass by this door on the map, if you can see where I'm pinging that, he just points out that's my office there, and there is an elevator directly across the hall from his office. Um, Other than that, he says, my office is that's the end of the facility. This is everything on the tour.
What about crew living quarters and such? Are we able to preview what life on
Oh
on
well,
your little rock here might be like?
employees live. We have a housing area just outside the facility, but not but segregated from the rest of the colony for all employee living.
I see.
Um, let's see here.
But yes, I think a mess hall tour and testing out your coffee would be a great thing. It's usually the coffee that makes or breaks a place.
He says, "Well, I get that. Coffee, good coffee is important. We uh, we try to avoid the powdered stuff here. Sometimes we have to dip into those supplies, but I try to keep fresh coffee as much as possible. Um, Let me give me 1 second here. All right. Yeah, so this is the cafeteria, and you can pretty much access anything you want there in terms of food or water is concerned. It's just a pretty big, all the prefab meals, coffee, and bottled water and bug juice you can ask for.
And if I have a moment with Rudy where they're not listening, I'll ask her to try and fish out and see if she can figure out all these advanced, technologies. Did they actually come up with it by themselves, or did they get a little bit of help of, say, a crashed predator ship or something?
I will look for an opportunity to attempt another manipulation roll.
Okay. Um, well, what does that look like?
So at some point in the discussion, um, I will lightly place my hand over his wrist and say, "Now, doctor, I want you to please be honest with me. Did the inspiration for all this just come from you, or was there some other catalyst? Because I can tell you from an outside perspective, this is like a leap in technology, what I'm witnessing here, and I just can't see how this came about. So please, be honest."
Okay. You want to make a manipulation roll?
I do.
Oh, you have a bank success.
I do.
You
But
do
I'm kind of saving that because
have.
might need that for something else. Yeah, boy.
Oh wow. Okay.
It didn't make a noise that time, though.
He says, "Well, obviously, the idea of prosthetics has been around for a long time, but what we wanted to do, what we what we what Cyberdyne or what Weyland-Yutani wanted to do was create prosthetics that worked just like human limbs that could be just as accurate, just as natural, and they really all the AI work all came from me. The prosthetics came from the engineers, how they needed to be developed and how they needed to work and that type of thing. The materials, I rubber stamp that stuff, but I absolutely the software side of it, and the chip engineering, that was pretty much my baby with a little guidance from Sky, of course.
So all of this came organically out of your own research, basically.
Yeah, for the vast majority of it, I'm very very proud of myself. But Ms. Nettleton was really she was the one that got me everything that I needed to make this happen. She's the one that saw the beauty and the possibilities in the project and got the funding from the company.
Out of character, who's Middleton?
Nettleton, you I'm going to say you don't know, but the name he keeps saying is Sky Nettleton. He said it several times.
All right. Well, I'm not going to waste this good manipulation roll. I'm going to act extremely impressed with him personally.
Okay.
Like, my goodness, doctor. Hmm.
Okay. And
Is he wearing a wedding ring?
he is.
Just exploring my options.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Ugh, come on. I'm sorry, I'm having an issue here. Jim, you're seeing that, I assume?
I am. I was just going to ask the question if that was public or if it's just me.
Well, you're the only one who knows, but
Yeah. Yeah. I just didn't know if it was a whisper. I was going to respond by whisper. Okay. Thank you.
all right. So what's the next step, folks?
Well, let's reinforce the notion of coming back tomorrow to watch their surgical procedure. Watch how they operate, literally.
He says, "I think that's a wonderful idea. Do you have accommodations set up on Colony already? If not, I'm sure I could find you some."
Yes, we're going to need some of that. And of course, you could let us know what you and the others do for fun around here.
Says, yeah, we work a lot, but we find some time. There's plenty of what you would consider on Earth to be wintry activities, which are certainly available here. Though after a while you start to get a bit sick of the snow, but it's a good sized colony, so there's quite a bit available. In terms of recreation, plus, for like I said, for the people that are working and need a break or want to blow off steam, we've got the rec room, which is pretty solid. Um, Give me 1 second, please. Okay. All right. So, Jim, based on that, make a Comtech roll um, with no +2, just a straight Comtech roll. Sorry, guys. Jim and I are dealing with something. That'll work. All right. Jim, what screen are you on?
I see the star map.
You see the star map? All right.
Mhm.
Tell you what, I'm going to move you to the ship main deck, just because that's where you are,
Mhm.
Wow, we've got a lot of extra icons here. Let me delete all those. Okay. So you had a success. It is unknown type. It is smaller than your vessel.
Okay.
Do you?
Does it? I don't have any stunts, so there's nothing else I can discern, like the direction of travel, where it looks like it's going.
It is. Yeah, it is. It is entering the atmosphere, making planetfall substantially faster than any ship, because it takes a ship to make planetfall.
Right.
This thing's just driving through the atmosphere.
Okay, great.
And your ship is getting your sensors are getting a sense of what it's shaped like. In fact, actually, tell you what, make an observation roll.
Do observation. What is wrong with me today? Can I push it? Or
You
no?
can push it, absolutely.
I will push it. I had a stress before, but I figured that was just left over. Observation.
Yeah, it surely would have dissipated by then. A
Yeah.
success. All right, so you kind of start doing that thing where you're looking probably semi-frantically outside the window through the viewports of the bridge of the ship, trying to because your sensors have a sense of where this thing's coming in, and it pushes through cloud cover.
Oh wow! So it's already here.
Yeah, it pushes through the cloud cover and the snowstorm that's going on, and then seems to just stop. Like it hovers in mid-air, and it looks like this.
Ha, okay. Oh, neat. God, why didn't we think of this? Is there any? Do people know Morse code in this universe?
I would say so. I would think so. Yeah.
Does the communicator that Rudette is holding on to, does that have any kind of display on it, or is it just audio?
Yeah, it's just an audio communicator with a frequency setting.
Yes, son of a bitch. Why didn't we come up with a safe word or something?
Nebelwerfer.
Yeah. Yeah, platypus.
All of a sudden,
Yeah, go ahead.
all of a sudden, everything goes dead.
Oh,
Ship
all our
is
power.
ship is down completely. No power, no nothing.
Ah, shit.
You guys inside the facility, you're sitting there in the lunchroom talking, coming up with your next move, and all power goes out. The room is the cafeteria you're in is pitch black. After about 5 seconds, some very dim orange lights come on, just enough to give you a little bit of light to see. Dyson stands up and goes, I don't know what this is about. Let me go see what's going on. He walks over to the door and it doesn't open. He goes, shit. All right, I gotta. And he goes to the intercom next to the door and he hits it, and nothing happens. He goes, okay.
Does this happen often here?
He says, no, this doesn't ever happen here. We're not even on colony power. We have our own power source.
All right, can I try and force the door open?
Sure, make a heavy machinery roll.
Well, that was the plan. And I'm assuming that because of the nature of our little endeavor, I left my maintenance jack on the ship.
Yeah, I think that's probably a safe assumption.
It's kind of a bulky thing although I've never seen one. Out of character, I've never seen one, but it seems kind of
just to be randomly carrying it around.
Yeah, oh boy. Okay, so on my side, the ship is black as well, right?
Yeah,
dark.
you have no power. Nothing works.
Am I able to do anything? Yeah, I've got this Seegson Comtech device. I don't know if that's dead as well, or is it just the ship system?
No, it is. That is also non-functional. It looks like all electronic systems are out, and as you look out your viewports across the colony is dark.
Wow. Okay.
Dwayne, you do have 2 successes. 1 success will get the door open in a turn, about 10 minutes. What do you want to do with the spare?
Do it in half the time.
Okay. All right. So I'll come right back to you, Jim.
That's fine.
Jake and Rudy, during that 5 minutes that Dwayne is getting that door open, you guys have anything you want to say, do, accomplish?
Just stare ahead.
I'll say I'm gonna just check with what's his name, Thomas.
Yep, Schultz. Yep.
Make sure everything's okay with him. I'll get on the communicator.
Your communicator is dead.
My communicator appears to be dead.
He Dyson looks at you and says, "That's bizarre. We've no."
Do you ever have atmospheric effects from the super gas giant that we're orbiting?
No, nothing like this. He reaches into his jacket, pulls out an SSDD, Seegson System Diagnostics device, and he says this doesn't work either. He goes, nothing works. He says, what? He looks up at a ventilation duct above him, and he kind of holds his hand up in the air. He goes, I don't even feel ventilation.
I think we should head back to our ship, Doctor, and check in with Thomas and make sure everything's okay.
He says,
if this was some kind of a electromagnetic atmospheric effect, I'd like to make sure it didn't damage our systems.
Says, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I need to, and he's kind of looking at the door as Dwayne's working on it. He goes, I think I need to get into my office and see if I can get anything going there. All right, Max, what are you up to?
Well, since nothing works except my eyeballs, I'm looking out the windows and trying to figure out what the hell that thing is and what it's doing. Do I see anything different, or is it just hovering there?
It's hovering there. I'll let you make an observation roll. In the meantime, um, basic emergency power seems to have come back up on the ship. You don't have ship systems. It would probably take some work
Okay.
to get the ship running, but you do have emergency power.
Okay.
2
Oh,
successes.
good.
Okay. Um, the ship is it's a good ways off. You know, but it's pretty big, so you can see it. All things considered. Um, and as it hovers there, it's hard to see at this angle exactly what's going on. But after a moment, it almost looks like something is dropping out of the ship. It's it's almost like a it almost looks like a it's hard to tell, but it's almost like a black
Ugh.
rain that is falling onto the colony proper, and as it comes out of the ship, it's falling in this bizarre spiral pattern.
Son of a bitch. I'll try the communicator again, or try the ship's radio. If maybe.
Which one do you want to try, the ship's radio or the communicator?
Well, do we have more than one communicator, or is it just the?
Oh well, no, you got the ship's radio. Or, sorry, Rudy's got the communicator. So go ahead and go ahead and make a comtech roll.
All right.
1 success on the stress die. After a moment, you're able to divert enough power and get the comms system reset. So you have comms.
Okay. I'm going to set it to the frequency that Rui's radio would be on.
Okay.
And first thing, I don't know where they're at or who they're with, so I'm going to say comm check. I'm not going to say any names or anything, just comm check.
Yeah, there is no answer.
Son of a bitch. Well, I'm going to work to get the other systems up on the ship, I guess. If the SSD might be, or STD is working.
Okay.
And just try to figure out if I can get the primary systems, ventilation and work from there.
All right. Do me a favor. I'll have you make another contact roll.
Okay. Can I add the +2 for the STD?
Yes, I'll let you do that.
Excellent. All the help I can get today.
3 successes. Mother is telling you that ship's main power is down. The reactor needs to be restarted, which requires a comtech and a heavy machinery roll, with about a turn of work for each. As it is, you will only be able to move power from one system to another using the emergency power. So you would need to get the reactor up and running. Now you have 2 stunts. What would you like to do with those?
No +1 to a later, and no need to reroll. Or actually, wait a second. Operate hacker. Can I use half the usual time for trying to get these systems up?
Yeah, I'll let you do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll do that for both of them, for both the reactor and whatever else you said.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then I'll if you want to use that bank success to do the comtech side of getting the reactor up and running, that's fine.
Right, yeah, because heavy machinery, I can't even do that, can I? Why is my strength at 0? Is that possible?
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible?
No.
No, I didn't think so. I don't know what my strength is on my sheet. It says 0, and I haven't touched it, so I don't know.
That's very odd. Let's look at
I don't know why I never noticed that before, but...
Never needed it, but I guess. Yes. But, well, it's pretty easy. If you have a 5 agility and a 4 wits and a 2 empathy, that would give you a 3 strength.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I have then. 3 strength. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was there. Oh.
No, I just put it in.
Oh, you did. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So, I mean, unless you got to go to the other players, I'll attempt those two things.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the Comtech is going to happen automatically. I am going to cut to the other players, but you can go ahead and make that heavy machinery roll.
Okay.
Oh, he panicked. He panicked. Roll your panic, sir.
All right, but I've got. Well, I mean, I've got nerves of steel, so I just.
Yeah. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. You're holding it together, but yeah, you need Dwayne.
I need Dwayne.
Yeah.
I do. I'll try to. Can I push it, or is that something I can't
No,
do?
you panicked. So unfortunately, no.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I thought there was something we could do. Is agility? No, heavy machinery strength. Never mind. Go ahead.
No problem.
I thought I had something else that would smell upon that. Go ahead.
Not a problem. So we cut to the other group. Dwayne gets the door open. Dyson bounces through the doorway and sees that there's basically no power anywhere. There's there's employees in the hallway, a couple of them that were going from point A to point B that can't get through doors now. There's other people inside those various different research areas that seem to be trapped inside. Dyson's like, well, shit, I don't know what's going on here. I guess I need to check the reactor. Um, is that Mr. Williamson? You're you're an engineer. If you come with me to the reactor, I'm going to have to ask you when this is said and done to sign an NDA.
Okay. I'm surprised. Don't you have a bunch of engineers at this facility that can help you start the reactor? I think my guys need me to help them on the ship, probably.
Well, possibly, but I can't get in touch with any of them.
I think maybe you should go.
Okay. Well, all right.
We
I'll
only,
go.
yeah. The good news is it's not far. We just have to go to sublevel 1, and that's it. Um, so he comes over.
And no lifts are working.
Yeah, he comes over to this elevator and he hits a button and goes, "Damn
Yeah.
it!"
Duh. All right. Where can we find stairway
He said, "Well,
or ladder
yeah."
access?"
He says, "No, there's emergency ladder access inside. We just have to get this door open."
As they're walking away, I will
Alright.
put a hand on Dr. Sinclair's elbow, so like as if to restrain him towards me. And I'll tell our guide, I'll say, you gentlemen be careful. We're going to check in with our ship.
Dyson just kind of nods at you.
And I will sort of try to just fade into the background as he's taking Dwayne with him.
All right. Dwayne. Oh, look at that. Heavy machinery.
So I got the elevator door open.
Yep. With a stunt.
Half the time.
Half the time. So you see the elevator is actually, the car itself is actually stuck between level 1 and 2. And
Okay.
there's a service elevator down the side of the shaft that leaves just enough room to get by. Dr.
Elevator or ladder?
A ladder, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dr. Dyson kind of looks at it. He says, "This is really not my forte here." And he kind of he tentatively starts to step on the
All right,
lip.
So before we do that, Doc, is it one level down?
Yes, it's one
All right.
level down.
I'm assuming that when we get to it, we're going to have to open another door. So let me go first and you follow.
He says, all right, Dwayne, make a mobility roll."
I knew you were going to say that.
Of course I was going to say that. I'm an evil bad man. You knew that already. Oh, 1 success. No problem. So, Yeah, you reach over, get a hold of the ladder, and start climbing down. The Dyson, he reaches for it after you, and he's obviously not the most athletically inclined. He gets a hand on it, and he's
Oh.
kind of like, oh gosh, and he starts to slip, and he kind of loops his elbow around the rung for a moment to stabilize himself, and he starts to follow. I'm coming. Um,
Okay.
yep. The he said he calls down after you. It's just it's the first door,
Okay.
and as you're climbing down the ladder, you get past the elevator car. The first door is not a standard like story down. It's about 30 feet before you get to the first door, and right next to the door, stenciled on the wall, is the word sublevel 1.
Okay.
But the ladder continues downward,
Hmm.
and as and Dyson, he's just above you. He really can't come down any further based on where you're at. So he's kind of in that claustrophobic spot between the wall and the elevator car, and he says, "Yep, that's it."
I look up. He's like holding on with his eyes shut, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right. Let me attempt to open this door.
All right. Okay, a success. So you're working on it. It's slow going, but it's a grinding of metal as your manual bypassing. In my mind's eye, Dwayne Denning's got like the handle to a fishing reel, and he's just turning it slowly, and the door's cranking open.
While I'm
Um,
doing that, I'm gonna ask Doc. Do you think down here someplace I can find a maintenance jack?
he said, "Oh, I'm sure there's tools
All right.
in the reactor room."
All right. We'll look for it when we get there, but it will sure help me with these doors.
All right. What is Rudy and Jake up to?
Well, first of all, I'll turn to Jesus Christ. Why can't I remember Andy's character's first name?
Mitchell.
Mitchell. Damn it. Turn
I
to
do the
Mitchell.
same
Tell
thing.
him get back to the ship quickly. See if Max needs any help getting the systems back up. If this is an EMP, he's going to need some contact assistance.
All right. Mitchell says, "All right, I can do that."
All
Uh,
right.
what are you three going to do?
Okay, so if I remember correctly, the dude's office was right to the right side here, right?
It was.
Can't mark it. Um,
Yeah.
Jake, I'd like to snoop around in this guy's office for a second. You think we can do it? You think you can contact this door open?
Well, let's see how badly the door is damaged, but we can give it a go.
All right, let's check it out, and let's have Vickers watch out for, stand watch for us while we
Sure.
fuck about
Um,
with the lock.
some of there, like I said, there were a couple various employees in the hallway. They're probably not paying much attention to you. They're working on the different doors that are stuck, trying to get them open to help people out. Um, uh, Vickers, so yeah, Vickers is standing watch. The door has no power, so you would have to force it open. You're looking at probably a heavy machinery roll to try to get it open.
I'm piss poor.
Who's got the most dice? Oh, you know what? I think Vickers does, probably.
All right, then. Maybe I'll stand watch. And Vickers
Vickers has a 4 strength and 1 heavy machinery, so he's got 5 dice.
He's the man for the job. I'll stand watch.
Okay. Jake, you want to help him?
I've got 0 heavy machinery and 3 strength. Can I help him?
Yeah, you can still help. Anyone can help with anything. So we'll give him a 1 modifier. And, hey, look at that. Oh, Jim, I should give you a point of stress, by the way. I forgot about that. You've never seen a ship like that before, and you certainly
Okay,
haven't seen what's going on.
you got it.
All right, so Vickers, with a little bit of help from the scientist that is Jake Sinclair, starts to get the door pulled open just enough so that you guys can see inside his Dyson's office. It's small, maybe 6 feet square, small desk, very orderly, with a terminal. The terminal is just got a single blinking cursor, and that's it. It's in low power mode.
All right. Well, see if you can hack it, Doc.
Do you
Vickers,
want
look around. Try not to be obvious that you're tossing the office, but see if you can find anything useful. Key card, anything that we could use. And I'll pop back outside and stand guard so nobody comes in here.
All right. We'll have Vickers roll observation, see if he sees anything. He's got a solid observation. Oh, but no. All right, so you pop back into the hallway. Jake Sinclair, go ahead and make a Comtech roll if you would, please, sir.
and using its SDD?
That will work. 3 successes, so you are
Nice,
able.
Doc.
Yeah, you are able to divert enough power. You probably pull power out of certain other rooms in the facility because everything's on emergency power. But you pull enough power to get the terminal to boot up all the way. And you have access to his terminal. You have 2 stunts.
Unexpected information.
Okay. This center is 3 levels total. The floor that you have seen, there is also a sub-level 1 and a sub-level 2. However, it looks like it is built on top of another structure.
Right. Okay.
So while you guys are doing all that, I will say this, shoot, Mitchell Roman is coming back down the hallway towards you, Rudy.
I'll give him
And
the heads up. I'm over here.
okay, so he sees you. He comes over. He says, "Yeah, I can't get out. The door going into the security checkpoint is still closed. They haven't been able to get it open. Um, let me see your communicator."
I hand it over to him.
All right, we're gonna have him make a Comtech roll and see if he can make it work. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. One success. So he messes with it for a moment, pulls out a straight pin and depresses the tiny little switch that's the tiny little button that's recessed in it and resets the communicator. And all right, that's a slight joke, but anyway, he gets it reset and it's working.
Did you try turning it off and on
That's
again?
right. It's like the old it's like the old car radios where if you had to reset the clock, you had to hold down this button and then press this button with the tip of a pen.
I had that on my Honda.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you did, because I had an '04 Honda recently that had that until the engine block gave it up. But anyway, he's got the communicator reset and working. There's a voice coming as he gets it started. There's a voice coming through. It says, "Insertion team, copy. Insertion
Great.
team, are you there?"
Harkonnens, goddammit.
That's funny.
So is this on our
Yeah, this is
frequency?
on your on. It's It's on the. It's coming in from the secure frequency that Rose gave
This
you.
isn't. This isn't. Oh, okay. Coming from the secure frequency for the attack team.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. This is insertion team.
It says, "This is Blake Jones. We've got an issue here. We are about to come heading that way right now. What's your status? Do you have everything?"
Negative. There appears to be some kind of electromagnetic interference with the facility. Everything is on blackout status. None of the electronics seem to be working. In fact, we can't get back to our ship right now. The door controls are unresponsive.
Said, "Yeah, we are 2 kilometers away from Weyland-Yutani's facility in a storage center. We are on the way. We will be there soon." Um,
We are not compromised. We are not compromised. This mission is still a go.
he said, "Well, no, the whole colony's compromised. Can't
Why do you,
explain right now. Get the package. We'll meet up with you soon and get out of here."
10-4.
All right, we're on the way. And then you hear, just as he starts to disconnect, you hear him shout, "We are leaving!" And then it's gone. Flipping over to Jim. Jim, what are you up to while this? You can't get you just need someone who knows something about machines to get the ship's reactor fired up the rest of the way. So what are you up to at this point?
That's correct. I guess I will try to figure out how to. Is there a way to open the airlock doors without the reactor going? Do I have enough power from batteries or something?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. You know, an airlock's probably a pretty big thing. I would basically you have enough power to operate one system at a time. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to open the airlock door, I would say you'd have to make a ComTech roll to reroute power.
Okay, so that I wanted to know that. I'm not going to do it right now.
Okay.
But I will try. I will try to hail the way team again with the communicator.
Okay.
All right, we're talking like Star Trek now. We got to stop that.
Right. That's right. But you mean Rudy and crew?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, then you're on.
All right. Com check. Anyone in this channel? Com check. Over.
Go ahead, Max. I read you.
Oh, thank God
I
we
think.
got a hold of you.
I'm making that up. Do I read?
Yes, you do. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, thank God. We got big trouble out here. I'm going to keep this short. You need to get back to the ship as soon as you can. Be aware that there looks to be, I think, black rain coming from an unidentified ship.
Black Rain is in Alpha Casea Black Rain?
I'm not totally sure, but that's what it kind of looks like to me through the snowstorm. And we lost all power in ship. I've got it partially restored. I should be able to open the airlocks, but we'll need some time to get the reactor back online before we can bug out of here.
10-4. We also have the problem that we cannot reach the ship due to inoperative airlock doors.
Well,
So
pretty
we'll
soon.
work on that from our end.
Okay, be careful because I don't know if parts of the rain have hit the surface yet or not, but we know what that does, if that's what it is.
Roger that. All right, stay in touch.
I'll wait for your word, and I can open up the airlock doors when you come running.
10-4. I will sign off, and I will take a few steps away from the door so that it's not obvious that there's somebody inside.
Right.
And I'll flag down the first person I see from the facility.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably a guy right here trying to work on getting that door open.
Excuse me.
He's messing with the door and he stops. He looks up and goes, "Yeah, what?"
Do you have hazmat suits kept on the facility somewhere?
Hazmat suits. Why? What? Well, I mean, we've got the clean room suits. I guess those would probably work.
Where are
do we need
those?
hazmat suits for? Well, they're over in cybernetics and AI. But what do we need hazmat suits for?
I don't think we need them right now. I'm just looking out in case ventilation systems break down and we start to get, you know,
Make a manipulation roll, Rudy.
just fucking pulling shit out of my ass at this
That's
point.
right. Did you see my whisper, Jim?
I did not.
Yeah, make an observation roll.
Okay.
Rudy, he, as you say that to him, he kind of shrugs and goes, that makes sense. He said,
Nice.
"Yeah, they're over at the other end. We could get them out of. We don't have enough for everybody who's here, obviously, but um, Max, there's just it's just a glint of light reflecting or some movement that catches your eye just as you're getting off the comms with Rudy, and you see a smaller ship, very small vessel, seems to be docking with that larger ship that you saw at first. You can't really get a good look at it; it's too far away.
Okay.
But it seems to approach it and looks like it almost tries to dock at an airlock. And just as that begins to happen, the larger vessel seems to almost stretch and morph, heading upwards and away from the colony,
What the hell?
and then it's just gone. And then the sonic boom hits, and it's more than just that. There's a shock wave that hits the colony, and even from here you can see it, that buildings, just building after building in the colony, is just getting leveled as this shock wave moves through.
Jesus.
And
is
then it
what?
hits, it reaches the outskirts of the colony towards where the Weyland-Yutani facility is, and the buildings are no longer coming down, but the shockwave still hits and knocks you to your feet, or off your feet, I should say. Well, I'll let you make a mobility roll to avoid being knocked down. Okay, all right, so that's fine. That works. Jake and Rudy, please make mobility rolls. Rudy makes hers, and Jake makes his. Which I will allow you guys use your extra successes to kind of steady Vickers and Dr. Roman as something shakes the entire facility violently. Last but not least, Dwayne, would you please make a mobility roll? With one success, you feel the same thing. Something shakes the whole facility violently, and it threatens to make you lose your balance and your grip and knock you down the shaft, but you hold on just as you get the door open to sub-level 1. And I think that's a good place to stop. What do you guys think?
Total cliffhanger. I love it.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, because I don't want to forget what I was thinking, guys. I think we've got a couple of possibilities, one of which is getting these suits from the next room to protect from breathing in any bad shit if they're quick and available, and we could grab them and they're sealed. We could grab an extra one for Dwayne, and then some of us head to the ship, try to get that going, and some of us head down to Dwayne. Anyway, just something to put in your brains for the next time we get together, because I tend to forget. Every time we stop playing, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to forget what we were up to. I tell myself, there's no way I'm going to forget. This is too exciting. And then like a week later, I'm like, what was I going to do? I think I was going to do something cool. I can't remember what.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, one thing you can always do is oh, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. um, Dr. Dyson, you simply hear from him on, oh shit, and you feel a rush of air go by you, Dwayne, as you're
Oh,
pretty
no.
sure Dr. Dyson just fell.
Oh, can I push my mobility roll to get an extra success? Maybe I can grab him.
I'll let you do that, sure. Hey, by the way, everyone recognize this one was Dwayne's fault, not mine. He asked the teacher for homework.
Oh, Dr. Dyson.
Dwayne, do me a favor, roll a D66.
Oh shit! Is that how much damage?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh
Oh,
no!
that's bad, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
That's real bad.
that's really bad.
That can't be
He's
good.
not gonna make it.
There is a
Crunch.
yeah. There's Let's see. It's number 63.
Yeah.
There is a wet splat after after
no.
a moment or so, as what you're pretty sure is Dr. Dyson's body hits whatever the floor is down below you, out of sight because it's dark, and there's no moaning, there's no call for help, there's nothing.
Oh, God.
Good one.
Nice,
Oh,
Bob. Little drowning pool for you there.
Bob does that at least once or twice a game
Yeah.
session.
Yeah, the police reference last time was both
Yeah.
great and horrible at the same time. So
All right.
All right, that's awesome. All right, do we decide about next week? I know, like I said, I can't unless something happens that I'm not on my way home from the city at that time.
yeah, Andy hit me back and said he's not sure. So maybe the better thing to do, as much as I would hate to do it, maybe the better thing to do would be just to call it now, and just plan on us playing again on Thursday the 18th.
Yeah. Okay.
Just I'd hate to go in with only 3 people, and then people are missing
No, it
out
wouldn't.
and all that.
Sounds
So-
good, man.
So
Sounds
that's
good.
fine. We'll do that.
Yeah, really exciting part too. So,
Awesome.
okay,
right.
so 18th is the next one. Cool.
Thursday the 18th. See you then.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
gentlemen.
you, everyone. Thank you,
Thanks.
Marty.
You guys,
Excellent
thank
session
you.
today. Very fun. Very fun.
Very
Awesome.
fun. Yep, I agree.